Yes. We will now convene our Board of Education regular meeting. Today is September 10th, 2025, and the time is 4 o'clock. Board member Alegria has a work conflict and so is unfortunately unable to attend our meeting tonight. Ms. Westcott, do we have any public comments on closed session topics?
We have no public comments.
Thank you. We will now recess to closed session to talk about conference with labor negotiator, public employee performance evaluation, employment, public employee discipline dismissal release, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. We expect to reconvene at 5:30. Thank you. We will now reconvene our board meeting. Board member Alegria has a work conflict and so is unfortunately unable to join our meeting tonight. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and if I could ask all of the students that are here representing PV High School, if you would just come up to the front and please lead us in the pledge. Thank you. You can go back and sit down and we'll call you up again soon. Report of board action taken in closed session. The board approved the settlement agreement for student number 2025-0901 by a roll call vote as follows. Sarah Dean, yes. Ami Gandhi, yes. Linda Kurt, yes. And Eric Alegria is absent. The district will provide student-related services and the student waived all claims against the district. Approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3-0. Now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Serrano to tell us about our PVPUSD highlight.
Thank you, President Kurt. Palos Verdes High School's Pivot Underwater ROV, or Remotely Operated Vehicle, team is a standout robotics team, providing students with hands-on experience in underwater engineering. Students learn skills such as soldering, 3D CAD design, 3D printing, power tool usage, and computer programming. This year, the team won the 2025 MATE ROV World Championship in their class, marking their first ever World Championship title. The competition addresses issues facing our planet's oceans and waterways. This victory marks their 10th qualification in the past 14 years, reflecting a legacy of excellence and innovation. The world competition in Alpena, Michigan, held on July 17, 2025, saw 77 student teams from 17 countries, with PV High Pivot earning first place in the Ranger class. Here tonight, we have Dr. Trista Ramirez, principal of Palos Verdes High School, and Pivot teacher Jennifer Kim, and our fabulous students. Welcome. We'd love to hear more about your win and whatever you brought to show us tonight.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Kim, and thank you for highlighting us tonight. I am taking over Miss Norris. Miss Lori Norris retired last year, and so I'm now working with Mr. Warren, Jim Warren, in running Pivot. This is my 21st year of teaching. This is my 20th year teaching engineering courses. Mr. Warren and I actually went up north on a vision trip back in 2005 to start Pivot together with Mr. Graham Robertson and the principal back then. But we're so excited to be here, and the students have prepared a presentation to talk about what they've done.
Thank you. All right, where should I start? All right, hello everyone, esteemed members of the PVPUSD School Board. Thank you so much. We are very honored to be recognized today for our accomplishments over the summer. It was the culmination of countless hours of hard work, dedication, blood, sweat, and tears of every single one of the members of our team, and we couldn't have done it without anyone. But we would really like to acknowledge the school board here who made our win possible through your support of our travel efforts and financial support of our team from the start all the way up to the championship podium. MATE ROV is an international engineering challenge hosted by the MATE competition, which is in support of environmental engineering efforts across the world, and it seeks to emulate real environmental challenges faced by our oceans and challenges schools and any type of people to come together and tackle those challenges through real hard work and engineering. In our school's 14 years, in Pivot ROV's 14 years of competing at May ROV events, we have qualified for the World Championships 10 times, won first place at our Southern California Regional 10 times, and within our 10 visits to the World Championships, 6 of those visits, we've placed top 5 at the world competition. Once again, none of our team's success could have been made possible without the generous contributions of this very school board and our various donors who are able to make our team's success possible. Thank you so much.
Hello. This sanctuary for Mate's World Championship. And for the first time in Pivot ROV history, we were thrilled to claim a first place win at the national stage, which was an amazing experience for all of us. We would really like to thank the Peninsula Education Foundation as well as the Palos Verdes Booster Club, which has given us the generous support and resources to make our program really thrive. Again, we really appreciate how much they've done for us, and it's been an amazing experience, and we are able to pursue new opportunities with the thanks to them.
Now, for some specific people we would like to thank. First off, we would like to thank Dr. Ramirez for her unwavering support throughout the years. We look forward to many more generations of engineering, competing, and success. Next, I would like to thank PVHS faculty and staff, including Mr. Warren, Ms. Kim, and Ms. Patty Camp. We really couldn't have done it without you guys, and we look forward to, your leadership for Pivot throughout for the next few years. Lastly, we would like to express our gratitude to Mr. and Mrs. Smalling. They have been mentors for 13 years. I really don't know how we could have done it without them, and we really want to thank them for their years of dedication, unwavering support, and hard work.
To finish off, we would also like to thank Ms. Norris. Although she is not here today, she is a beloved member of our staff as a high school teacher, as well as a Pivot leader and leader for over a decade. And we really want to thank her for overseeing all of our major successes and her dedication to the program that has really made it what it is today. Thank you.
Once again, I would like to thank everyone for this recognition, and if you have any questions about our ROV and the other amazing things that we were able to make, not just as a team, but because of you guys, please ask your questions. So.
Tell me in English what it does.
Okay, so I'm going to just come over here and just show off. So, here. So this is our ROV, standing for Remotely Operated Vehicle. This is a waterproof ROV, so it goes into our diving environment. We had a 17 feet deep diving pool at Thunder Bay for our competition. We control it through a tether, which is basically a bunch of connective cable, all waterproofed, that inserts through these penetrators right here. And then that tether goes up to the surface, and that connects to our main primary control box, which provides power, signal, and all of our information from the surface that we use to interface with our ROV that flies underneath the water. So a bulk of our ROV's design was done in-house. Actually, all of our ROV's design was done and fabricated in-house using software generously provided by the school district. We use tools such as Autodesk Fusion and Autodesk Inventor to design out the original, all of this in software first, and then after simulations and trials, we were able to fabricate it in-house using our school's equipment, and everything here is controlled and designed in such a way so it could be perfect for the mission task assigned by MATE for our competition.
I also like to add that although they're not featured here, the MATE competition is based off real ecological events. So we have constructed a variety of payload tools that are done for specific sort of quests and activities that we need to do during the competition, like for example, simulations of retrieving underwater wildlife and protecting kind of ecosystems. Those are all what we created in order to simulate a real environment.
All right, what we have here is our non-ROV auxiliary device, which is our vertical profiling float. So what our vertically profiling float does is it goes into the water and then rises and falls into the water using an internal linear actuator that controls a bladder system inside to input and export water and essentially rise up and down the device. And then the device does is it relays environmental information straight to our control computer, and then that allows us, well, these devices are used by marine biologists to survey large swaths of ocean area and provide valuable data for ecological survey. And then,
Wait, I have a question. Did you design that component too?
yes, this was also designed by us. We used Fusion 360 to design out the main, everything actually. Design out this in CAD first, and then we 3D printed some of these custom built parts you can see inside here. And then our engineer Ruki Ito, although he's not here right now, designed a custom printed circuit board PCB on the inside that connects our Arduino Portenta microcontroller all the way to the surface and all the individual components within the flow.
And this right here is the photosphere created by Nathan Dorfman. Unfortunately, he's not here today, but basically one of our tasks was we had to create an imaging device that would capture a 365-degree picture of the course that we're surrounded in, and basically we would have to find different little pin pots within the course that if we identified, we would get points.
So once again, all of these devices were designed with the theme of ecological sustainability and also ecological surveying. Each year MATE tackles a new theme for their engineering designs. This year it was really all about scouting the world's oceans, and our competition Alpina was all themed around the missing Edmund and Fitzgerald ships.
Well, you explained that very well. I actually understood. But I wanted to tell you, my son, for his master's program, he's in the Navy, and for his master's degree, he made something similar that mapped underwater off the coast of Monterey. And he got his master's degree for doing similar work. So that's really impressive that you're doing this in high school. Ms. Gandhi, did you have something you wanted to say?
Absolutely. So we follow a corporate structure with individual roles assigned to different members of our team. So what MATE wants is that our team presents ourselves like we're a real business. So even during the competition, we're not just demoing the engineering. We have to demonstrate our outreach and demonstrate our way we do our budget and our individual operations. So huge shout out, she's in the audience, Evie Poole right there. She was our lead ESG outreach coordinator for last year. That was just one of the many roles we did have. We had a CEO, president last year, but unfortunately both of them graduated. So shout out to Andrew Moore, Madeline Lurie, and then also Ben Peters, especially, miss those people. Andrew was also our fearless pilot during the World's Run, and his family was with PV High School for all three of their kids, and they're an amazing family and did a lot for our programs.
Yeah. Like Dean mentioned, I just wanted to add on that the MATE competition doesn't solely focus on engineering. It's a great program and a great competition because we also get to kind of work on a variety of other skills like public speaking, of course, documentation, safety. There's a bunch of sort of softer skills on the other side that we really are able to kind of collaborate with other teams on throughout the program.
Dr. Dean?
I mean, you guys are knocking the public speaking out of the ballpark. I'm just completely blown away. I'm like, are they reading a script? I didn't see a script. This is going to seem like a really random question. Did your pivot group go to AltaSea at some point? I heard about you guys yesterday. I was at AltaSea, and the director of education came up to me and started talking about how impressive our students are. And I was like, what are you talking about? Then he was like, you have a club at PV High that was working on an underwater robot, and you guys made a huge positive impression on them there. So it was really impressive. My question for you is, how do you see, I love what you've shared, that this is not just about learning engineering, you're also learning real world skills like running a business and chain of command and all these other important pieces. How do you feel this experience is preparing you for your future career and solving the problems that we face?
Yeah, so definitely this competition has prepared us not only, like I mentioned, for the engineering side. I'm getting a bunch of amazing technical skills that I can definitely work towards to hopefully help make an impact on the world, whether it be ecologically or any other ways. But in addition to that, I think I'm really gaining a lot of teamwork and collaboration skills, which is something really important throughout the competition. None of this could be possible if only 3 people worked on the entire thing. We have a team, which really allows us to kind of connect with different ideas and different perspectives, and not only immediately shooting them down, but really working together to kind of create a happy medium and something that is really optimal. And that's something that I really feel will be useful in even the workforce or even in general relationships. I feel like it's really important to collaborate and kind of accept everyone into a larger group.
In terms of technical skills, I did not know any of this before I started high school. I took a variety of the engineering classes offered at Palos Verdes High School, shout out to Ms. Kim and Mr. Warren especially. But most of like the things that I learned how to do were directly because I worked on the ROV and got to get such a great hands-on experience building every part. One thing I really like about Pivot especially is that it has a student-led focus where each person really, just depending on how much effort they put in, can get the maximum return for whatever they do. We're able to, because of our amazing like administrators, we're able to just put all of our soul, and if you're interested in learning it, you will learn it. And I think that's really amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would say on your way out, you should give special thanks to the woman sitting right there in the white jacket behind you. She's the head of the Ed Foundation. I know you thanked her in your speech, but you could thank her personally on your way out. So, yes, Ms. Westcott would like to take a picture.
Just want to say you guys are phenomenal. This was incredible to watch, so thank you so much for sharing tonight, and I think we're going to take a picture. You guys were awesome.
I just wanted to congratulate you guys. I mean, this is such a huge achievement for PV High and just your team itself. And again, I'm not very well versed in the ROV or the technological world, but I obviously can see all of the hard work that you put into this and all of the skills that you gained from it. So just congratulations. You really made PV High and the entire school district proud.
Thank you. Very nice.
Which direction is I'm assuming it's this way. Someone want to hold the photos? Do you want these in photos?
Yeah. That's what
Thank you again. Public comments on non-agenda items. Ms. Westcott, do we have any public comments on non-agenda items tonight?
No, we have no public comments, thank you.
Thank you. Public comments on open session agenda items. The public will be given the opportunity to address the board during each agenda item. Remarks should be limited to 3 minutes per person. If there are more than 20 speakers, individual comments will be limited to 1 minute. Requests must be submitted prior to the agenda item you wish to address. Directions on how to submit a comment are available at www.pvpusd.net/feedback. Right, moving on to approval of the minutes from our regular and special board meetings from our last meeting date, August 27th.
I move that we approve both sets of minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 3-0. Okay, moving on to reports, and I will start with the report of the board president. Tonight's Board of Education meeting is being recorded and live streamed via a link on the district website. We are seeking members for the Education Advisory Committee. The EAC reviews and advises on instructional programs, curriculum processes, instructional technology priorities, and other educational topics as requested by the board. EAC applications are due September 17th and can be found on our website. The board is accepting applications for a provisional appointment following Julie Hamill's resignation. This provisional appointee will hold office until December 4th, 2026. Applications are due by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, September 17th. Applications and more information are available on the district website. Back to school night for grades 6 through 8 is Thursday, September 11th, followed by a minimum day Friday for the intermediate schools. Palos Verdes High School and Peninsula High School have back to school night Thursday, September 18th, followed by a minimum day Friday for PVHS and Penn. Rancho Del Mar's back to school night is Thursday, September 25th, followed by a Rancho Del Mar minimum day. Tickets for Peninsula Education Foundation's Toast on the Coast are officially on sale, and you do not want to miss this. Join us for PEF's Party with a Purpose on Saturday, September 27th, as we kick off the school year in style. Get ready to donate, celebrate, and dance at Palos Verdes' largest food and music festival, all while raising critical funds for our PV schools. Tickets are available now at toastonthecoastpv.com. We're excited to share that groundbreaking for the first project under Measure SOS, the Miralest Intermediate School Swimming Pool Improvement Project, will take place Sunday, September 14th at 10 a.m. Please note September 23rd will be a student-free day. Staff will have a minimum day for professional development. Our next board meeting will be Thursday, September 25th, due to the district calendar. And we'd like to introduce our newest board member, newest student board member from Rancho Del Mar, Ayan Khan. Ayan, welcome. Would you like to just tell us a little bit about yourself and then tell us what's going on at Rancho Del Mar?
Yes, of course. Sorry. It's my pleasure to be here. It's actually my first time in the school district. Before I was in the Cambridge school system, and by far this school system has treated me the best out of every education system I've been in, so thank you a lot for that. And I'm here as a student member for Rancho Del Mar High School, and first thing I want to talk about was that presentation. That was phenomenal. Huge congratulations to them. And yeah, first thing I want to talk about is in my school there are currently a lot of people who are going to graduate early. So next month we're going to have a couple of representatives from El Camino and Harbor who are going to come and chat with the students, because they're going to hopefully they're going to graduate early, and then they'll be ready for their college year in January. So yeah, that was the first thing I wanted to chat about.
Thank you very much. And I think the other board members were here last time, so I'll say the same thing to you. Anytime that we're talking about something that you would like to comment on, please just kind of wave at me so I know you have something to say, because I don't want to call on you and have you say, oh, I don't have anything to say. So give me a little wave and I will give you a chance to say on whatever we're talking about if you'd like to comment. And whenever you need to leave, because I know you all have homework, it is perfectly fine if you just stand up and go, perfectly fine. Anyway, Malia, welcome to you. Why don't you tell us about PV High School?
Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank Dr. Serrano, the entire executive cabinet, as well as board president Linda Kurt, and the rest of the school board for the chance to be a part of this experience. Here are some of the things that we have going on at PV High. So to start with academics, our counselors hosted a parent and guardian session for 2026 parents about navigating the college admissions, and as well as a parent and guardian session for freshman parents on the switch into high school. College visits have continued with many important schools. Just today, we had Boston College, Tennessee, the University of Washington, as well as Stanford. And as we speak, Stanford is hosting a highly selective college admissions presentation at the school right now, which is amazing. This past Tuesday, we had the college fair with more than 30 schools. Schools that attended include Brown, TCU, University of Oregon, and many more. And tomorrow, we have a UC, CSU, and community college webinar for students that are looking to stay in state. CSF, National Honor Society, and other honor societies have begun their application process, and many students plan on applying to them. PV High School tutoring has also started, where high school students give their time to tutor students who may be having trouble in subjects like math and Spanish. Special announcement for one of our students, Rachel King received the, excuse me for how I pronounce this, Hunmin Jeongeum Award from the Korean Education Center, which included a certification of recognition, a monetary award, and a student ambassador certificate in recognition for her passion for learning Korean and her outstanding presentation skills. So congratulations to her. The Pivot Open House for students interested in robotics, engineering, and the ROV team was held over the weekend, and again, just a huge congratulations to that ROV team. It was truly such an amazing accomplishment. Next with athletics, congrats to our varsity tennis team for winning a tournament in San Francisco this weekend. We are so proud of them. Football is off to a strong start, winning 2 past games against IAEA, who came all the way from Hawaii, as well as Carson. And we can't wait to see all of these other sports, such as flag football, volleyball, golf, and water polo, continue their success. ASB hosted class comp and helped introduce the freshmen, as well as homecoming in the future. Our involvement fair for the freshmen was a huge success, and the freshman class, as well as new students, were introduced to the amazing programs on campus. Be the Change, ASB, and Link Crew hosted a freshman week with events such as a USA picnic, the freshman ASB elections, and a popsicle palooza for the freshmen. ASB is hosting senior kickoff week this week, which has events such as Senior Sunrise to celebrate the class of 2026. And lastly, Project Runway presidents were on KTLA to share their mission, celebrate the $26,000 they raised for Make-A-Wish last year, also to celebrate that they are the #1 youth organization that supports Make-A-Wish. Thank you again to the school board for helping facilitate all these amazing activities on campus. I love to share everything that's going on with you at PV High, and here's to another proud day of the Sea King.
Dr. Dean has a question.
First of all, thank you so much. That was a great report. You covered like a breadth of different kinds of activities. I love that. You don't have to answer the question right now just because you started off sharing about the college admissions fair. I was curious as to if you have any suggestions for how as a district we can better support students and their families as they're navigating the admissions process. And you can crunch on it and feel free to email the board and the superintendent if you have any things that come to mind later.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll make sure that I think on that and get back to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mason, would you like to tell us about Penn?
For sure. Good evening, everyone. College night at Peninsula is starting in about 30 minutes. Juniors, seniors, and their parents have a great opportunity to learn about the application process and essays. This time and in the past, they've gotten the USC Dean of Admissions to act as a keynote speaker. And I've personally heard him speak twice, and he really breaks down what colleges are looking for and what makes you stand out on applications. College rep visits are also happening throughout this week and into the next one throughout school. Ambitious Panthers will have the chance to make an in-person connection with some of the first people to read their applications before advocating for them. Earlier, we had a rep visit from USC, and tomorrow I'll be attending the one from University of Michigan. If you can't tell already, Peninsula is kind of college crazy right now, and all of my friends are racing against the clock for their essays. Luckily, we've had some fun events to get our minds off of it. Last Friday, we had an alumni football tailgate. I was able to get some of my old debate teammates out to get free hot dogs and a drink. Dr. Garrity and my US history teacher were cooking dozens of hot dogs, and we got in a couple of games of cornhole. After that, students could attend a home game against West with the theme of USA. This Friday, Peninsula is hosting a first senior sunrise of the year, where seniors will be able to enjoy donuts, bagels, and hot chocolate with their friends while enjoying the sunrise. I'm not a morning person, but I'll be attending if I can wake up. Freshman elections also happened with electing our new ASB freshman presidents. As for athletics, our girl volleyball team is starting its season strong, pulling off a win against San Pedro High School this week. Athlete of the Week, Kennedy Young, helped lead our team to beat Chadwick for the first time in 10 years. So we're all very proud of her, and congratulations to them. Peninsula's speech and debate team made it to semifinals of the first tournament of the year, the Loyola Invitational, making it into the top 4 of more than 100 teams from all over the nation. That concludes my report. Go Panthers.
Thank you all very much.
First of all, I love that you all celebrated the theme of USA. I think that's really important, given where we are sometimes in terms of political divisions. I love that. I'm just going to pose you the same question, that if you can collect your reflections and experiences and keep us appraised if there's something that we can be doing to better support our students and families as it relates to college admissions, because we want to help carry that burden with you all. Thank you. You can offer something now, or just you can come back to us with it too.
Right off the bat, I think procrastination is probably the biggest issue with a lot of the students around here. Like, we're all very hardworking, but we have so many things to devote our time and attention to. And deadlines, with whether it's like making sure that we unify application deadlines, interview deadlines, letters of rec. Like, we already do sort of school-wide meetings from the counselors, But sometimes it can be more helpful in terms of informing students when they should be sort of looking for college counselors if they're interested in that as an option, studying for the SAT, because most of this transfers from word of mouth, and it can be hard for students to sort of internalize this when they're already in their sophomore or junior years, because a lot of these opportunities come far later. Writing essays as well, like knowing which colleges have EA options, ED options, and preparing themselves to write those during the summer, asking letters of rec far earlier is always an issue that would benefit a broader majority of the student population and would motivate them to get started on their actions earlier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Our next report is the report of the Palos Verdes Faculty Association Leadership. Ms. Weiss.
Try to read quickly. I remember debate. I didn't spread though, so that's just, it sounds a little bit like hyperventilation, but okay, here we go. This year is off to a good start. The heat's been somewhat merciful. Things could be a lot worse, right? So far so good. And relief is on the way in the form of Measure SOS, so I'm excited to know that we'll have some HVAC at some point in the next couple of years. PVFA had our first rep council meeting last night, and it was well attended. We gathered up some of the obstacles or bumps in the road that we're facing so far, and I've shared those concerns with Dr. Serrano and the cabinet, and I'm confident that we'll work together and we'll work most of those problems out. I'd like us to keep our eye on a couple things. Dual enrollment, it's encroaching on our own programs. I want us to keep a rigorous program, and of course I want to protect PVFA jobs, but I share your goal of being the best district in the state, so please, let's take a hard look at that. I'm also concerned about a lack of intentionality around our elective offerings at the middle school. I've identified $1.5 million in annual savings by just simply bringing back the good old elective wheel. It would mean some tough choices, but we would be giving students fewer offerings, but amazing offerings nonetheless, and save our district a ton of money. I'd be happy to share my social studies math with you and explore how to do this without losing any jobs at all. In my classroom, we've started our early human unit, and I was reading to them this week from one of my favorite excerpts from Harari's Sapiens about Homo sapiens, and how we are members of a very noisy family called the Great Apes, and I throw in a little and for effect, and it's very fun being a 6th grade teacher. But what really impressed me is that a little girl raised her hand and she boldly asked, "Are you allowed to teach us religion?" And I guess it's a sign of the times. But I was so proud of her. Her question led to a discussion and a deeper understanding of how not everyone accepts evolution. Her question made me realize that in just a few short weeks, I've created a classroom in which at least some of my students feel safe voicing their opinions, and all of my students listen to one another respectfully. I had a student ask, "But it's hard to imagine that we were once like chimpanzees." And after I explained how this would have happened incrementally over 6 million years, a student exclaimed, "Miss Weiss, what do you think we will evolve to in another 6 million years?" What a fabulous question. But I didn't have a good answer. Anyhow, all this to say, teachers don't just impart knowledge. We create safe spaces in which our students can be themselves and can contribute to class discussion, and they get to have their opinions. My back to school night is tomorrow night, so I'm going to watch the rest of the meeting from home, and I hope you guys have a great meeting. Good evening.
Thank you. Our next report is the report of the Palos Verdes Chapter 123 California School Employees Association Leadership with Ms. Jarvie.
Good evening, President Kurt, members of the board, Dr. Serrano, PVPUSD staff, and community members. Well, we have certainly hit the ground running this year. I've spoken with so many people that say it seems much busier than usual for the beginning of the school year. But I'm sure by the end of the month, things will be a bit less chaotic, right in time for Halloween madness. CSEA had our first chapter meeting of the school year on August 26th, and it was great getting feedback from our members in person again. We discussed our upcoming negotiations for our successor contract, along with upcoming webinars and virtual trainings, and inform members of their rights, retirement options, and assist them with skill development. We're still waiting for some updates about food services and the fringe benefits grievance. And our labor relations representative, Amy Gonzalez, was not able to attend our first meeting, so we're looking forward to introducing her at the next one on Tuesday, September 16th. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next report is the report of our superintendent, Dr. Serrano.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, educators, staff, and community members. It's hard to believe that we've already been in school for 3 weeks. It feels like we went from summer to fall in the blink of an eye, and we're now fully immersed in the rhythm of school life. Homework, quizzes, back-to-school nights, celebrations, frozen pizza at my house, and today's PEF Pledge Day. Over the past 2 weeks, I've had the opportunity to visit several of our schools, and I continue to be impressed by the quality of teaching in every classroom. Our educators are truly exceptional. Their daily dedication to our students is evident, and tonight you'll see that reflected in the advanced placement or AP scores and results we'll be sharing. There's so much to celebrate as we kick off this new school year. We have a few exciting events this week that I'd like to highlight. The first is the Strike Group Experience. This is an event Friday, 12 to 4 p.m. The U.S. Navy is offering a free virtual reality experience open to all students and families within our community. It's called the Strike Group Experience. It highlights careers in STEM fields, such as engineering, aviation, and medicine. So I want to give a special thank you to parent leader Jenny Hangen for bringing this opportunity to our community, and to PVIS, where this is being hosted. It's at PVIS, I should have mentioned that. And the PVIS principal, Micah Farrell. Mr. Farrell, thank you for hosting this event. Hope to see many of you there. On Sunday at 10 a.m., we have the Miralest Pool renovation kickoff. Join us for a community celebration as we break ground on the Miralest Intermediate School pool renovation, our first official Measure SOS funded project. This project was able to move forward quickly because it had already received Division of State Architect approval. Thank you to our community for supporting the improvement of our school facilities. This investment directly impacts student outcomes. I read a study this week that really had me thinking about how important this investment is. In well-maintained buildings, test scores rise by 5 to 17%. Suspension rates drop by 14% in well-maintained buildings. Poor building conditions are linked to lower achievement and higher truancy rates for students. And better facilities improve teacher recruitment, retention, and student health and engagement. So while it may seem like we're just fixing up our buildings, we're actually doing a lot more than that. So I'm so excited. Our bond program gives us the opportunity and the responsibility to create safer, more supportive learning environments across the district that will have impact for generations to come. Finally, I'm also excited to announce a new opportunity for PVPUSD. On tonight's consent agenda, you'll see our participation in the Southern California Leadership Institute for School Districts in partnership with Green Schoolyard America. Our district was one of 4 across the state of California selected to participate in this initiative, which focuses on the design and implementation of sustainable forested schoolyards. A team of our school and district leaders will attend 4 day-long workshops at Cal Poly Pomona, gaining tools, networks, and technical support to scale green schoolyards across PVPUSD. Thank you to members of our Green Schoolyard team, as Star Nagdev, Principal Cece Levesque, Madison Froge, Sergio Burciaga, and Dr. Wildy. I look forward to learning with you all. If you're interested in this, visit greenschoolyards.org and explore an interactive study on California schoolyard tree canopy equity. It's fascinating. It looks at how much tree coverage varies across different public school districts and campuses, including ours. We look forward to updating you on this initiative as our work progresses. And then finally, I wanted to mention that next Tuesday, September 16th, the League of Women Voters and PVP Council of PTAs are hosting an event on the effects of social media on students. It's called From Scrolling to Schooling, How Social Media is Changing the Way Our Kids Learn and What We Can Do About It. It's at 6 o'clock at the Peninsula Center Library Community Room. And the event will feature a panel discussion with Assemblyman Al Marasucci, our own Dr. Suzanne Wildy, Dr. Garrity, principal of Peninsula High School, and some local students. So hope that many of you can make it out to those events. And thank you so much for all being here tonight.
Thank you. Our next report is the report of the Citizens Oversight Committee for Measure M. But because Mr. Alegria isn't here tonight, perhaps Mr. Ronas, you could fill us in.
Sure, thank you. This evening, I'll be presenting the report for the Citizens Oversight Committee for Measure M, as you mentioned, on behalf of Board Member Alegria. At the beginning of the meeting, we announced the resignation of a longtime member and want to take a moment to acknowledge and commend Mr. John Letcher for his dedicated years of service to our committee. John has been an invaluable member, contributing his time and expertise for many years, and he was one of those first people that I met and welcomed me and kind of showed me the ropes when I joined the committee a little over 5 years ago. So we really appreciate all of John's time and mentorship that he gave to many of us on the committee now. The committee also approved the meeting dates for the upcoming year. This was important so that we can have coordinated and focused objectives for moving forward. It includes many of the items that will be discussed at these meetings. These will be posted on the district website. For this particular meeting, we have shifted a little bit to inviting departments from the district to provide reports to the committee. At this particular meeting, we provided an enrollment update presenting data from the past 2 years by school and grade level, analyzing where we saw some increases, where we saw some static, like consistency amongst the grade levels, and where we're kind of seeing a little bit of that decline that we saw when compared to our demographic study. And with that, we also included some insights and discussion, which we connected to the demographic study that was conducted in the spring of 2024, which did help to inform our strategies, our initiatives, how we're approaching, our schools. As you know, we changed and shifted over to the low demographic report in that, so we did share a sheet with that information to the committee and analyzed it with them. Dr. Lichardello offered a detailed staffing update, highlighting current staffing levels and ratios in addition to summary staffing overviews at the classified and certificated levels. The committee was able to ask him a lot of different questions and how we retain our teachers and staff and find wellness amongst all of them. Additionally, Mr. Chudabala presented a thorough spending plan regarding the technology funded by Measure M. This plan outlines the allocation of resources aimed at improving our district's technological infrastructure. This also includes software and some of our monitoring and safety and security. And then we continued the discussion at the end regarding the committee's mission and bylaws. This particular item will continue into our next meeting. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Our final report is the report of the Peninsula Education Foundation. Ms. Hughes, and I imagine you're at the end of a very long day.
Good evening. Yes. It is pledged. I'm echoing. Can you guys hear that? We're having tech gremlins. Is Eric behind the curtain over there? We have tech support back there.
Do we want her to come use this microphone up here instead? Because now I'm echoing too.
Sure. Oh, you're echoing too. Let's try this.
We're all echoing.
Everyone's echoing. Maybe if I don't stand there and then basic.
It just started. I didn't touch anything yet. Something here.
Testing. Oh, did it work?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, tech support. Eric's the best. Well, good evening. Yes, it is Pledge Day. It has been very busy. It's so fun to see all the kids out during drop-off cheering to do, and shout out to the Dapple Grade Cheer Squad that was out there this morning. They're the best. But we had so many parents out there this morning, so many kids with signs. Vista Grande had big posters of the positions that we fund, the PE teachers and the library aides, so that was really great. People got very creative in how they were rallying everybody up. And all of that is to support our pledge to the district of $2.176 million to support programs like we just saw. What a great night for me to get to be here and get to see all what they're doing. And part of that $2.176 million pledge is an increased budget for the STEM programs at intermediate and high school levels. So at the high school levels, each high school will now get $50,000 towards their STEM programs. And the intermediate schools will each get, let's see, that we increased that to $90,000, so they'll each get $30,000 now. We created new liaison positions on our board, and their job is to go out and talk to all the people and the programs that we fund to gather feedback on what's working, what's not, what help is needed. And STEM clearly said, we need more money. You guys have not changed this budget in years. So we took that back to the board, and they voted to increase the budget. Funny how that works when you all work together and collaborate. So we're really excited to see the continued success of these programs. Thank you for the shout outs for Pledge Day and for Toast. We're really excited. We have our committee working very hard on our Toast program. We, let's see, we have space for about 900 people. The last 2 years we sold out at 750 people out on the parking lot here. So now we're moving it to the grass. Thank you very much for approving that. We're very excited. Plans are in place. We keep shifting kind of the layout a little bit, but it's going to be great. We look forward to seeing you all there. And then finally, I just wanted to share some updates on our programs. This week, all of our enrichment programs at the elementary school level went live, and we have a record of number of enrollments that I want to share. We have 55 classes across the 10 elementary schools with 729 registrations for all of those programs, which is amazing. So I think a big part of it is a lot of our PVPUSD teachers are staying after school to teach a lot of those classes, and the kids are really excited about that. So they're getting to interact more with those teachers that are stepping up to do that. So we're really grateful for them doing that. We also had a great summer program, and we had over 100 high school volunteers help support the elementary school programs. So we are just so grateful that we live in a community where so many people care and get involved, roll up their sleeves and help, either through volunteering, through donating, or both. But all of us working together helps result in these types of programs and these great students and all you guys are doing. So we're super proud of all of you. It's great to see the new board members. Welcome. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to our discussion action items. Those of you that are here for the OAC appointments, I appreciate your patience. That will be our next agenda item. But I'd like to start with K1, which is our resolution proclaiming September 2025 as Attendance Awareness Month. We'll have a resolution, see if the board has any discussion, and then vote. So, Dr. Serrano?
Thank you. So every year, September is National Education Attendance Awareness Month. So we have a resolution tonight for you, and I'll go ahead and read that, and then we can have a discussion. Whereas the nation is facing a school absenteeism crisis exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing challenges that undermine positive learning conditions, such as student and family health and safety, connection and belonging, academic engagement, and access to caring adults and peer support. Whereas reducing chronic absence, defined as missing 10% or more of school for any reason, including excused and unexcused absences, as well as suspensions, requires a comprehensive approach that emphasizes prevention, early intervention, and support rather than punitive responses that research shows are largely ineffective. Whereas Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District has set a goal of reducing students who are deemed chronically absent by 1% each school year. Whereas improving attendance and engagement requires a coordinated, community-wide effort among schools, families, elected leaders, and local partners to rebuild trust, restore regular communication, and address root causes that prevent consistent school attendance. Whereas consistently taking attendance in a caring and responsive manner is a foundational practice for identifying early signs of disengagement and for connecting students and families with timely supports and resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District joins communities across the country in recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month and commits to taking concrete, coordinated action to improve student attendance as a driver of engagement and academic success. To that end, the district will, 1, collaborate across the community, engage students, families, school staff, and local organizations in identifying and addressing barriers to attendance, such as transportation, health needs, or lack of school engagement. Together, we will co-create actionable solutions and build stronger pathways to learning. 2, promote a culture of showing up. Communicate consistently with students and families about the importance of showing up to school every day. Foster conversations that make school feel meaningful, welcoming, and safe so that every student sees value in attending. 3, use data to drive student-focused strategies. Regularly analyze attendance data disaggregated by student group to identify disparities, set improvement targets, and guide resource allocation. Ensure schools have the support and accountability needed to address chronic absence and promote high-quality learning opportunities for all. 4, empower educators and staff. Provide training and tools to help school personnel build strong, supportive relationships with students and families. Implement early warning systems and respond to attendance concerns in ways that are supportive rather than punitive. And 5, celebrate progress and persistence. Recognize and celebrate schools, students, and community partners who are making meaningful progress in improving attendance and engagement throughout the year. Be it further resolved that the board urges all members of the district community to take active roles in addressing chronic absence, not just in September, but throughout the school year, so that every student can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Passed and adopted by the Palos Verdes Unified School District Board of Education this 10th day of September 2025.
Thank you. Sarah, any comments?
Yes, I've kind of said this before too. Resolutions are mostly just us making a promise to the community, so it's always important to look at data and reflect on progress, as was mentioned in your resolution. So I was hoping Dr. Wild, I think it's Dr. Wildy's department, if you can remind us, 1 year ago we passed a similar resolution and we took some measures to improve attendance and decrease chronic absenteeism. Do we have data yet from the 24-25 year to measure our progress? And if not, can you maybe then share our trend over the last 3 years?
Yes, so right now we do not have the dashboard data to reflect our chronic absenteeism rates, but if we look at how we've been doing in 22-23, we were at 12% chronic absenteeism, and then in 23-24, we were down to 10%, so we are seeing a decline. A lot of our schools are doing a lot of initiatives, common language, posters, messaging to family. We're aligning a lot of our processes as a school district to help support schools in their endeavor to help with this goal.
Thank you. Awesome. And I think the goal was to decrease chronic absenteeism by 1%. So it looks like in between those 2 years, it was 2%. So fingers crossed that we get good results this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ami?
No comments, thank you.
Do any of our student board members have comments on attendance and? Malia, go ahead, Mason, you can be next.
So one thing that I have noticed is that on every single daily bulletin, weekly thing, there is a large message at the top urging students to come to school, which I think is very helpful, just reminding parents to make sure, especially once students start driving, to make sure your kids are coming to school. And I also think that events such as when we have class competitions, a huge part of earning points is attendance and tardiness. So the class with the most attendance and the class with the least amount of tardies gets class comp points, as well as other school culture events put on by ASB, BTC, Link Crew, and other programs at PV High. I do think that we are all making a very active effort to make sure students want to come to school and stay there. So that is my comment, but I just want you guys to know that at PV High, all of the programs are making a very active effort to make sure all the students want to be there and feel included. So,
thank you. Mason?
I believe this issue is actually pretty serious at Peninsula still. I have a friend who sort of got into this like catch-22 of sorts, where it's like she got bad grades, so she stayed home to fix those grades, but then had to stay home even more to make up that stuff, and she felt like she couldn't keep going to school. So it became this thing where it's more frequent to see her out of school than not in. And the class competition thing that Malia mentioned, we don't have these sorts of like settings that or structures that incentivize coming to school more, and class culture is always a concern because students are always busy with like other extracurriculars, so they find it hard to see the point in going to like football games, for example, and it becomes sort of this event strictly for like students who are mostly interested in that, and it's a struggle to sort of see that class culture that incentivizes or disincentivizes absenteeism, and I feel like a huge part of the approach that needs to be implemented is talking to parents and sort of encouraging them, because there's only so much that schools can do in sort of like telling these students that they need to be coming to school, whereas like parents having the knowledge that they need to be sort of addressing this issue and being more understanding of like why absenteeism is happening in the first place is really important. Thank you.
I appreciate both your off-the-cuff responses. Ian, you don't need to respond, but do you have something you would like to share?
Yes, so at Rancho Del Mar, we are currently making a strong effort to improve our perfect attendance. So today we had an assembly, and a large amount of certificates of perfect attendance were handed out to our students, which I'm really proud of. And our leadership program will soon begin, in which we will prioritize our school environment and make it better, make a classroom better for children to want to come and study, and make the school as a whole more welcoming.
Thank you, too. I agree attendance is really important and something I've been talking about since I was elected. So I'm really appreciative to see this effort, see all the efforts, see it in the bulletins, see the signs as I walk on the school campus. I do think it's making a difference, and I appreciate that. And it not only helps our student learn, but it also helps our district's finances. So it's a win-win if we can get healthy kids to come to school. Of course, if you're not feeling well, you should stay home. If there's no other comments, I'm sorry. Dr. Dean, go ahead.
Dr. Wildy, I think attendance strategies are something that our site leaders are responsible for, like our principals and their assistant principals, right? But I want to make sure that the students shared some great insights on room for improvement, and I just want to make sure that their comments go back to their leadership. What's the right way to do that?
I will carry that message forward with them, and one of the great things is when they work at the site level with it, they do typically get student voice on their SIPSA where they're putting some of these goals in. So at the high school level, hopefully we have some great students in there as well, like our ones here, providing some more feedback.
Thank you, and then I can make a motion that...
I'm going to interrupt you a second. Millie has just waved at me.
Yes, I do have a small comment. I know that at least at PV High, our school site and as well as our counselor's advisor are starting to meet soon. And so I can pass that message along to our advisors that are running those.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, now please.
I move that the board approve resolution number 5/2526 proclaiming September 2025 as Attendance Awareness Month.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3-0. Thank you all. Okay, moving on to K2, our board screening and appointment of applicants for members at large to the Operations Advisory Committee. Dr. Serrano will bring up this topic, and then we'll have our candidates speak, and then a board discussion and a vote. Dr. Serrano.
Thank you. Sorry, my throat got a little dry reading all of that. I was going to get a sip of water. So tonight, we have our Citizens Advisory Committee, Board-Appointed Committee, Operations Advisory Committee. The resolution is posted in the agenda item. Since January 2025, 5 members at large have resigned, and 1 member's term has expired and does not wish to continue. 1 member, actually Carlos Ortega Otero, his term ends October 31st, 2025. And he has requested to extend his term per section 2.3.1 of the resolution. Tonight, the board is asked to first consider extending Mr. Ortega Otero's term, and then we will be considering applications for the committee and replacing up to 6 members at large to ensure a wide range of expertise and greater diversity within the committee. I've really enjoyed being part of the Operations Advisory Committee and look forward to hearing from our applicants this evening. And with that, I'll ask the board to first consider Mr. Otero, he has a tricky last name, Otero's extension.
Thank you. So can I get a motion to approve Mr. Ortega Otero's continuation on the OAC?
So moved.
You can. Okay, then you can second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3-0. Thank you to all of the applicants who are here, and thank you for your interest in applying and being willing to support the board and the district by sharing your expertise and opinions on budget and facilities and technology. Malia, a few minutes ago, you're fine, you may certainly, Malia drew a list, all the names were put into a hat, and she drew the names out so that it's a random order. We did that with some of our earlier committee selections. Otherwise, the person at the end might be perceived to have an advantage because they've gotten to hear other people speak first. So Malia drew names and we put them in order. Each candidate will have up to 3 minutes to introduce themselves and provide a brief summary of their qualifications. After all of the applicants have spoken, the board will vote for up to 6 members to join the OAC. As we listen to the applicants, we will want to consider if we want to select 6 new members or if we are more comfortable selecting fewer. Also, we need to consider how many appointees serve a 3-year term and how many serve a 2-year term. I have a suggestion that I will share after we've heard from the applicants. Okay, any questions or comments before we hear from the applicants? Okay, our first applicant will be Rosemary Olson. And then just so you know, our second applicant will be Julia Burge, and our third will be Rodrigo Gomez. So again, our first is Rosemary Olson. Rosemary, whenever you're ready.
Hello, good evening, board members. Pleasure to be here. So I'll talk a little bit just about myself professionally and then a little bit about myself personally. So for the past 9 years, I've worked for Related California. It's a company that is one of the most active developers of affordable housing and market rate housing in California. And in my role as Senior Vice President, I oversee part of our affordable housing division. So in my role, I work on affordable housing projects throughout the state of California, both Southern California and Northern California. And anywhere from, currently right now have about 500 units under construction and roughly over 600, 700 units in pre-development. So what I have in my sort of day job is, you know, the kind of skills and expertise would range from design, construction, overseeing budgets, consultants, reviewing contracts, construction contracts, legal documents, essentially anything to get from an empty piece of land all the way through to a building that's done and has residents moving in, which is kind of the best part when you get to the end of what is often a long journey. And just in terms of my qualifications, I am while I do real estate development, I am also a licensed architect. I'm a licensed architect in California and Massachusetts. And then I'm a LEED accredited professional. So if you know about LEED, it's Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. So that's sort of the green building side of things. So that's my professional side of things. And personally, I just moved, my husband and myself and my 2 daughters just moved back to Southern California after spending 7 years up in the Bay Area. So we are newly back, so I am a new resident of the area, and my daughters just started at Peninsula High School. They're both 14 twins, 2 girls, not identical. I have 2 teenage daughters who tell me their opinions quite often, which is mostly enjoyable and sometimes a challenge. And I come from a family of educators. Both my parents are teachers, and both of my husband's parents are teachers. So my kids have 4 grandparents, all teachers. So education is very important to us. And my husband works at UCLA. He runs their real estate development program. He's a UCLA grad. I'm a USC grad. Everybody's covered. So thank you. Really excited about the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second speaker will be Julia Burge. Oh, I think I'm echoing again.
You're echoing because I'm bringing her in from Zoom.
Okay, and then our third person will be Rodrigo Gomez, and our fourth person will be Robert Schaff. Okay, so you said our second person is Julia Burge, and she's here on Zoom?
She is coming in.
Ms. Burge, are you on?
Yes.
Hi, go ahead whenever you're ready. Can you hear me? Ms. Burge, can you hear me?
I'm going to try something.
Ms. Burge, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Julia Burge. I'm a resident of Rancho Palos Verdes and a mother of 2 children at Dapple Gray Elementary. I'm very honored to present today my interest in joining the Operations Advisory Committee. The reason that I'm interested in joining the committee is my background for many, many decades here, actually all within the South Bay, has been in environmental health and safety, as well as environmental social governance. I have a background in both corporate environments that are large, Fortune 10, Fortune 100, as well as startup environments. Right now, my most current position with Sony Honda Mobility, I am starting the facilities team there. We are opening our facilities across the US, and I have to do everything ground up, which is exactly what I like to do, running the day-to-day operations, the facility management, the vendor selection. I'm a fierce contract negotiator. That is definitely my purview. One of the principles that I always lead by is looking at the holistic view of a vendor and making sure that we select someone that is not only with us through the inception of the project, but also long-term through the results of the project, and can either provide preventative maintenance if so needed, or follow-up support that will be viability of the outcome in the future. One of the big things that I also do is conduct risk assessments. So when I do take over either a facility or an operational function, I go into the site. I'm a very hands-on leader. What I like to do is assess everything down to literally the studs of the building. I'll look at every light switch works, every toilet flushes appropriately, and notate those. So I am very stringent in process evaluations, risk assessments. I also have a background in corporate audit and compliance. So looking at risks and identifying any controls for those risks is very important to me. Another thing that I can bring to the committee and to the team is implementation project management. So let's say that we want to implement a new software system or a new procedure within that system. So implementation can take sometimes months to years. So I do have that background in implementation project management. I am a project management professional as well as a certified Scrum Master, so I do have a multitude of projects under my belt as well. Lastly, the big thing is compliance with various federal and state organizations, whether it be the Occupational Safety and Health Administration or the Environmental Protection Agency. Those are definitely agencies that I work with on a day-to-day basis, making sure that the facilities and the operations are in compliance with everything needed. But I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present today.
Thank you so much for joining us. Our third applicant will be Rodrigo Gomez, followed by Robert Schaff, followed by Enrico Zito. So is Rodrigo Gomez here?
Ms. Kurt, Rodrigo Gomez was called out of town and did not send a video yet. I will keep looking.
Thank you. I'm going to need just a moment before I proceed.
And Mr. Chef sent in a pre-prepared video to share, which I'll be sharing now, when you're ready.
Thank you. Yes, please. Let's see Mr. Schaaf's video.
Good evening. My name is Robert Schaaf. I am proud to say that my two daughters attend Mira Catalina. Tonight I'm giving a presentation to homeowners in Canoga Park about a project in their community to plug and seal old oil wells. So unfortunately I cannot be with you in person. I do appreciate the opportunity to present my qualifications to you. To give you my background, I have worked in private industry as an engineer and project manager on small, medium, and large projects. I know what it takes to complete a project on time and on budget. I have also had to develop creative solutions to difficult problems. I have found there are many modern means of construction and methods to improve the operation of existing facilities. We have the opportunity to modernize our schools and reduce costs at the same time. I want to help this process along. I have served on the Environmental Board in Huntington Beach where we found numerous ways to reduce energy costs. I am currently an executive manager for the California Department of Conservation where I've learned the inner workings of state government. Part of my current job is to seek out and apply for state and federal grants to help support our programs. My skills, my experience, and my desire to help the Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District make me the ideal candidate for the Operations Advisory Committee. I wish you a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Westcott. Our next applicant will be Enrico Zito, followed by Suzanne Park, followed by Leah Guthrie. Hi, Mr. Zito.
Hello. I appreciate the opportunity of being here with you today. And I thought I'd share with the board the three main reasons that made me be a candidate to join the OAC. The first one is the genuine interest to help and support the community and the school district. When we decided to move to the area with my wife and son, we came because it is a nice area, but most importantly because of the quality of the schools. Our son attended Ridgecrest at intermediate school and currently is a junior at Peninsula High. I also like to help in other dimensions, so I'm a volunteer with the Peninsula Village. I also volunteer as a business mentor for SCORE organization, an organization that supports small businesses, and this is all to make the point that I'm in a phase of my life that I'm interested to help. So that's the first reason. The second reason is that I believe I might have some skills that can be of interest to the committee and can be of help. As I think about my professional career, half of it was in finance, the other half in general management and president of multinational companies. I worked for Whirlpool Corporation, the home appliances a manufacturer for 18 years. There I was the chief financial officer. I was president for Latin America region, for Asia region. I also was president for a cement and construction materials company, and also an operating partner in a private equity investment firm. And with all those experiences, I was involved with several different big investment projects, manufacturing, construction sites, product execution, so this kind of big projects. I also was involved in budgets, in connecting plans with strategy, follow-ups, track execution, discuss resource allocation, because normally the demands of things are much bigger than the resources we have, so lots of discussions regarding how do we decide what to do and what not to do. So all those kind of activities that, as I said, might be of help. That's reason number 2. And the third reason is because I'm in a phase of my life that I have the time and flexible agenda to dedicate to this initiative between my work that I do, volunteering activities. I do have flexibility to commit to something like this that I would be proud of. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next candidate is Suzanne Park, who will be followed by Leah Guthrie, and then by Nina Garayan.
Testing, hi. I didn't realize it was going to be so formal, so I am a little bit nervous, but here I go, 3 minutes. So I am a product of the PVPUSD. I attended PVIS and Peninsula High School many, many moons ago, class of 99. I went to UCLA for undergrad, University of Chicago for my MBA, and spent some time in New York City, and eventually made my way back after I got married and decided to have children, because we all know that everybody loves the PVP school district. And so having lived in LA proper, we moved back specifically to attend the public schools here for my 2 children, who are now in 4th grade and 2nd grade at Point Vicente. However, when we moved back, it was post-COVID, and we realized that, you know, a lot of the schools were going through their separate protocols to adapt to the conditions, and we had several friends that had a great experience at Rolling Hills Country Day. So actually, for the last 4 years, I had spent, we were at that Rolling Hills Country Day school system, and this is the first time that we are in the public school system, even though that's originally why we had moved here when we decided to raise a family. And so I came across this opportunity. I thought it was an excellent way, a unique opportunity to be involved in a way that would expose me to individuals such as yourselves that are involved with the school system at a higher level and able to bring my professional skills to the table. In terms of my qualifications, I have an MBA, as I mentioned. I spent the first decade of my career in investment banking at large financial institutions like Goldman Sachs and Lehman Brothers. But more recently, in the last 10, 15 plus years, I've been in operational finance roles at both public companies and private equity backed companies, and have seen scale. So I spent 9 years at a company called Stamps.com, and joined as a director, culminated with an acting CFO title, but there I saw it scale from what was a 300 million market cap company to an eventual sale to private equity at 6.6 billion. And so very familiar with the financial planning process and evaluating investments for ROI, and just having a budgetary lens when evaluating spend. And so currently I am the Chief Financial Officer for another private equity-backed company called Protege. It is a consumer marketing and insights platform, technology-enabled, and it's located in El Segundo. I live in Rancho Palos Verdes. My husband was also an SC grad, so we also bring both of that to the table. And yeah, thanks. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next candidate is, I'm looking because my list only has last names, so I have to look up first names, Leah Guthrie, followed by Nina Garayan. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. And last will be Roy Choi.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for your consideration today. My name is Leah Guthrie. I am a Palos Verdes resident, Palos Verdes Estate resident. I have 2 boys that go to Lunada Bay Elementary School. For the past 12 years, I've worked for the Los Angeles Unified School District's Facility Services Division, specifically within their Planning and Development Department. I'm currently overseeing $600 million of bond-funded projects. They are complex division of the state architect projects on active school campuses. Just to give you a sample of some of the projects I'm currently working on, I have a classroom replacement project at Carson High School. We are removing all of the aging portables at their campus and providing 30 new classrooms. Additionally, we're providing administrative space. There are 4 active schools on their campus, so I work consistently with the school principals, providing clear and transparent communication with our school principals to make sure that the project has developed as best as possible and as efficiently and on schedule and on budget as possible as well. I have a stadium project at Gardena High School. We are building a new track and field and a new football stadium at Gardena High School. Also working on an occupational center at East LA Occupational Center. It's a new classroom building as well. And we are also building a new central manufacturing kitchen that supports the entire district. So again, LA Unified does support a very large bond program. Do have a lot of experience that I think I could bring to the table. I really look forward to working with the other committee members as well. And I do believe that my experience can really translate and help the Palos Verdes Unified School District. Additionally, I have a master's degree in urban and regional planning from UCLA, an environmental science degree from UCSD. Again, looking forward to working with all of you and for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Nina Garayan.
Ms. Cart, Nina Garayan is out of town unexpectedly as well.
Thank you very much. I will need a minute. Rodrigo Gomez was not here, and Nina Garayan is not here. And Ms. Westcott says we can still consider their applications, even though they are not here. So our last and final, same thing I think, our final candidate is Roy Choi.
Hold on.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good evening, board. Thanks for giving me a chance to present. I'm really honored. My name is Roy Choi. I just want to start with why I want to apply for this position. So I believe this town, Palos Verdes, means love and care to me. I'm an immigrant. I moved here when I was in 13. I graduated Ridgecrest. I graduated the Palos Verdes High School. It was tough for me as an immigrant. It was different culture, didn't know how to speak English, but because of the teachers in the school, because of the friends in this town, was made me able to succeed. Which means succeed means not financially. There can be a guy who makes $1 billion. I mean the guy who's willing to serve the town and who's willing to spend time for the kids in the town so they can become a better person in the future. Yep, so that's why I applied for this position. I'm kind of nervous, sorry about it. So, yeah, so I will explain what I'm currently doing. I work as a vice president of finance in the company called Summer Healthcare. It's a skilled nursing facility. We own and operate the skilled nursing facility, and I'm preparing the budget for the company, and I'm comparing the financials to the budget and come up with the actual data to analyze we are spending correct money to the correct place. And I've been doing this for my whole career, so probably like 15, 20 years of my career life I'm doing this. So I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty good at evaluating the data, and only reason that I want to do this job is my son is currently going to school at Monte Malaga, and I lived in this town for my whole life after I moved, so I want to get a chance to serve this community and pay back this community whatever I can do. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you again to all of you for your time and your effort. I think the first decision the board has to make is if we're comfortable choosing 6 of these members, or if we would want to limit it to less than 6.
Does staff have a recommendation, given that staff kind of liaises with these committees? Any thoughts?
I think the last time we discussed this, there was some discussion about limiting the number of OAC members, but the board at that time determined and discussed and decided and agreed that we wanted to continue with the current number of OAC members. So the language is up to 6, but if we have 6 strong applicants, and just from hearing from them tonight, it seems like we probably have more than 6. You know, the board can certainly consider and appoint up to 6.
Thank you. Ms. Gandhi asked, and I forgot to announce, Gareth Provan evidently pulled his application earlier today and asked, due to family commitments, not to be considered, and I should have announced that. I'm sorry. I would feel comfortable nominating 6 members. Are we in agreement?
Do we have 6 speakers right now?
We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had 7. Right? We had 2 people who were unexpected. We had 1 who pulled his application, and 2 who were unexpectedly unavailable and did not submit a video. Okay, so my thought, and I know people are voting, it says that some of the appointed members, I want to talk about this before we vote. Some of the appointed members will serve 3-year terms and others will serve 2-year terms. And so I'm thinking if in the first round of voting we agree on 3 or 4 candidates as clear winners across the board, that those 3 or 4 people would be given the 3-year terms. And then the people who we find later when we get to our runner-up positions would then get a 2-year position. But if by some chance of nature all of us vote for the same 5 or all of us vote for the same 6 people, then I would ask Ms. Gandhi to use her random spinner, and out of her random spinner to divide the 6 into 3 people who would have 3-year terms and 3 people who would have 2-year terms, if that makes sense.
Sure. So technically we had 7 people participate today. 1 person sent in a video, right? I think. 1 of the 7, correct. And we can still consider the 2 applicants based on the papers that they submitted. We can still consider Nina Garian and Rodrigo Gomez based on the papers that they submitted.
So should we first discuss whether we're going to consider the 2 members that did not submit, or are we just going to go into voting?
I think that's a personal decision. I mean, I don't know that we need to agree overall, right? We can just consider them as part of the pool of people that we're going to vote for.
I think just for transparency, I'll just state that I think it does make it, I understand things come up for people, so I don't want to, it's not out of wanting to be punitive with anyone that didn't show up or didn't correspond, but I feel like people who did show up, that will be something I'll be taking into consideration.
Thank you. Okay, so we're comfortable voting at this time for 6 people. You're singing everything?
This is so hard because we have 7 pretty amazing candidates that showed up here today. I was hoping it was 6, and then we wouldn't even.
Right, and we have, yes, some amazing candidates who submitted their applications and weren't able to be here.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm taking a very long time with this.
Well, and it's partly because the speakers by choice didn't go in the order that they're on the ballot. That makes it more confusing, too.
Yeah, it was. I'm just gonna need one more second. All right. I would just like to say that was very hard, and I thank everybody for being here today. That was a really hard decision. I thought it was 6 and 6, so I thought it was going to be an easy decision.
No. Yeah. And I hope the people who are not selected will consider other opportunities.
Absolutely.
I'll just say, I applied for Measure M, I think, long before I was a school board member, and I did not get it. And then Ms. Westcott reached out to me when there was an opening on facilities, and that's how I ended up on the facilities committee, so.
It's not working. Do not have internet. It's just stuck there. Here we go, wheel of names, up and ready to go. Oh, there you go.
Okay, and I am required to read each board member's selections. So starting with Saradine selections, Burge, Choi, Guthrie, Olson, Park, Zito. Miss Gondis, Burge, Choi, Guthrie, Park, Schaaf, Zito. Miss Kurt, Burge, Choi, Guthrie, Olson, Park, Zito. That's 3 votes for Burge, 3 votes for Choi, 3 votes for Guthrie, 2 votes for Olson, 3 votes for Park, 1 vote for Schaaf, 3 votes for Zito.
Okay,
Looks
so
like
I
you
see,
need the spinner.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people with 3 votes. So Ms. Gandhi will need to use her spinner.
Okay, so
And then
Choi.
I see 1 person with 2 votes, so, so Ms. Olson will be on the committee, but we'll have a two-year assignment. And so of the 5 people, Ms. Gandhi, with 3 votes, we will need to choose 3 of them who will be offered 3-year terms.
Okay, so here we go, random name generator. Spin the wheel.
Sorry, there doesn't seem to be any other fair way to do it. And we don't want all our terms to expire at the same time, because then everybody with experience leaves and we get all new people at the same time. So this gives us a staggered knowledge base to pull from.
Our first 3-year term is Guthrie. Okay, and I'm spinning again. second one is Zito.
And then one more, please.
One more, okay. Our third three-year term is Burge.
Thank you. And actually, it's a moot point because at the end of your 3-year term or your 2-year term, you can say, I'd like to continue on the board, and Dr. Serrano mentions your name, and we approve it. So the 2-year people can continue for 3 years, the 3-year people can continue for 4 years, but this is the date that you would originally be assigned. I do need a motion and a second, but before I do that, I would like to thank everyone again for applying and say that our next agenda item will be a budget report of our unaudited actuals, and I would like to invite all of you to stay and listen to that because the budget is such a huge part of what the OAC works with. So if I could get a motion to approve Burge, Guthrie, and Zito for 3-year terms, and Choi, Olson, and Park for 2-year terms.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3-0.
And a friendly reminder to all our applicants that we have a first OAC meeting is next Tuesday at 5:30 in this room.
And no, it's not. Miss Gandhi and I will see you there. No, Dr. Dean and I will see you there. Yes. I was saying, like, who's on it with me? And Dr. Swan will be there too. Okay. And Mr. Travis. And it's a party. Okay, on to K3, our unaudited actuals. We'll have a presentation and board discussion and a vote. Ms. Taranas.
Thank you. This evening, Ms. Newrenton and I will be presenting the unaudited actuals for the district. This provides us a summary of the district's financial position at the end of 24-25. I'm just going to pull up our presentation. Oh, no. Wrong one.
So good evening. As Ms. Torona said, I'm here to go over the 24-25 unaudited actuals. So just to start off, I'd like to briefly review the budget cycle. California school districts have a 15-month budget cycle with different reporting periods during that time. The unaudited actuals represent the culmination of the 24-25 budget cycle, which began in June 2024 with its adoption. Okay. What are the unaudited actuals? The unaudited actuals are an annual report of the district's actual financial operating results for the prior fiscal year. They're no longer estimates or projections. They reflect our actual revenues and expenditures. The report includes the general fund, which is the chief operating fund for the district, as well as all other district funds. As required by Ed Code, the board must approve the unaudited actuals prior to September 15th, which is why we are here tonight. And then after the board approves that document, the information goes to LACO, Los Angeles County Office of Education, and subsequently to the California Department of Education, or CDE. Then lastly, the unaudited actuals report is reviewed during the district's annual independent audit, which is actually taking place this week. So now I'd like to go over how our actual revenues and expenditures in the general fund compared to our projections. I won't go over everything on this slide, but I will highlight a few items which I think are important. I'd like to start off with the fair market value of cash. Just as a brief reminder, under Governmental Accounting Standards Board Act number 31, we are required to post an entry during year-end closing to recognize the fair market value, or FMV, of the district's cash held in the county treasury. The final calculation used for the entry during year-end closing increased our revenues by just over $500,000. But it's important to remember that even though the entry has an impact on revenues and in turn our ending fund balance, it is a paper-only entry and is not true revenue. However, it shows up as revenue based on the way the entry is posted. The second item I'd like to highlight is E-rate that you see under both unrestricted revenues and expenditures. And as a brief explanation, the amount reflects a journal entry that was posted during year-end closing to account for the discounted portion of the E-rate network upgrade project. Because a portion of the project was funded by the Universal Service Administrative Company, which functions under the FCC, or the Federal Communications Commission, we are required to recognize the value of that amount on our financial statements via journal entry. The entry increased E-rate revenues and expenditures by the same amount, so while that had no impact on the ending fund balance in the unrestricted general fund, it did create both a revenue and expenditure variance because it was not included in the operating budget. I'd also like to point out that all of the Performer Enterprise programs, which are Kids Corner, our preschool programs at Mila and Vila, and our print shop, as well as our community services programs, all recognized higher revenues than originally projected. We have also recognized an increase in our local control funding formula revenues, which is our primary funding source from the state. We had a transitional kindergarten audit finding during our 23-24 audit, and we successfully appealed that, so we no longer have to pay those funds back to the state, so that increased our revenues in the current year. And then lastly, we had increased special ed and routine restricted maintenance expenditures, which increased our contributions to those programs, so that reflects as a decrease in unrestricted revenues and a corresponding increase in restricted revenues, which is why you see it on both sides of the slide. Moving down to unrestricted expenditures, I already briefly discussed E-rate, but I also wanted to point out the $600,000 you see in site gifts. Those are funds that were budgeted but not spent during the 24-25 year, and those funds will carry over and be added to site budgets as part of the revisions that are on tonight's agenda as part of the unaudited actuals. Quickly looking at the restricted side, as I mentioned, the increase in the contributions, and then also we had about a $300,000 increase in our expanded learning opportunities program funds, and that's because the final state allocation was higher than they originally told us it would be. And then in terms of expenditures, we did see higher costs in salaries and benefits for things like extra hours for employees, sub-costs, and then vacation payouts, which are what we pay 10 and 11-month employees at the end of the year. We pay out all of their vacation. We did have some higher costs for special ed services and non-public school and non-public agencies. And then we spent about $600,000 less in the kitchen infrastructure funds, but those will carry over to 25-26, and they're also part of the budget revisions as part of the unaudited actuals tonight. So the info on the previous slide showed revenues and expenditures separately for the unrestricted and restricted general fund, but the numbers on this slide reflect the combined general fund. So the column on the left represents our projected revenues and expenditures and ending fund balance, and the column on the right shows our actuals now that we've closed the books. This will be the last time I have to mention this, but you see the asterisk next to the amounts for the beginning fund balance. This is because we had a $900,000 restatement to reflect the change in the Golden State Pathways program. The California Department of Education reduced our award from $1.7 million down to about $800,000 in October of '24, so that required a restatement to our beginning fund balance. So total revenues in the general fund increased by about $2.5 million at year end, and our expenditures by about $300,000 at year end, for a total increase to our ending fund balance in the general fund of $2.1 million. Now the components of that of the total $30.3 million that you see there is down at the bottom of the slide. Of that 30.3, 12.6 is unrestricted. 12.4 is restricted, and lastly, 5.3 million is our district's 3% minimum reserve for economic uncertainty that we are required to maintain. So the purpose of this slide is to provide further detail for that $2.1 million increase in the general fund ending fund balance showed on the previous slide. The amounts here show the change in each reserve category compared to our projected ending fund balance. I will go through each of these, starting with parcel tax. The board may remember that you approved landslide disaster relief, so anyone who filed a claim would be exempt from the parcel tax. There's about a large number of people who have not yet filed a claim, so we are setting aside about $200,000 for those potential claims. I believe that I haven't gotten specific, definite information from the LA County Auditor Controller, but it looks like that claim deadline is sometime this fall. So if, once everyone has finished filing claims, depending on how much money is left over, that would be added to the 25-26 parcel tax budget. As I mentioned a couple of slides ago, our enterprise programs and community services saw additional revenues, so the ending balances in those programs increased by about $400,000. Our non-spendable items, which are inventory and prepaid expenditures, increased by $700,000 at year end. And what prepaid expenditures are things that we pay for in one fiscal year that are actually for the subsequent fiscal year. We have about $700,000 in site gifting and local grant carryover that, as I mentioned before, will be added to site budgets after the unaudited actuals are approved tonight. And then lastly, we also have an all other assigned reserve category for any funds that cannot be attributed to a specific program. So you saw just a minute ago, I went over enterprise programs, site gifting. Those are specific places that we can allocate funds to. So any balance in the category that's all other assigned, so in other words, the funds that cannot be attributed to a specific program, decreased at year end, in part to offset the increase in the non-spendable items. The remainder is primarily due to the increased salary and benefit costs, shown on slide 4. Then lastly, we have about $1.2 million in increased restricted funds for programs like the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program I mentioned, as well as the KIT funds that will be spent in 25-26. Then, just to briefly go over all of the other district funds, we show on the slide here the final balances for Fund 11, which is our adult education program, our Fund 13, which is cafeteria or our food services program, Fund 14, which is used for deferred maintenance of facilities, Fund 21, which is our Measure SOS bond fund, Fund 25, which are developer fees, Fund 35, which is the remaining state funds that we received during the last bond program, and then Fund 40, which is our special reserve for capital outlay. Then lastly, what's coming up next? As I've said several times, we will be updating the site budgets with any carryover after the board approves the unaudited actuals tonight. In December, we will be coming to the board with the 25-26 first interim report, which will be our first budget update since the budget was adopted in June. We'll have the 24-25 audit report, and then in January, we will be hearing what the governor's 26-27 budget proposal looks like. So before I turn it over to the board for any questions about the presentation or the unaudited actuals themselves, I did want to point out that we will be needing to make some corrections to the unaudited actuals document that is attached to the agenda tonight. On pages 44, 46, and 47, the salary line items for the principal and assistant or associate principal got reversed. So those amounts will need to be flipped. And then there's also a summary for all of those pages on those sites on page 31, which we will also be correcting. And we'll make those corrections before we post the document on the budget page of the district website. And just to provide a bit of context, there's literally over 500,000 lines of payroll data that gets put into this document. And so unfortunately, during the process of transcribing that data, those line items got flipped for those sites. So but we will make that correction. So now, questions?
And real quick before we hit questions, I think it's important, we kind of we do a lot of things with the budget, but this particular document is filled with so much information. So for the public or anybody that's seeing it for the first time, if you go through this document, it actually shows our spending for every single site. So when, Ms. Uenton talked about the number of lines in this and everything, really think about that, our whole entire budget and this document, you can go site by site and see all the detail of our spending and where all of the money goes. So it's a real amazing document, and thank you for all the time that you put into it.
Thank you. I'd say the same thing. Thank you both for all of your work, but particularly Ms. Uenton. And I can't even begin to look at how many numbers were there. I spent several hours looking at this document and didn't get to a lot of the meat of it. So I will go back and look again. Ms. Gandhi, did you have comments or questions?
Sure. First and foremost, thank you for all of your hard work, and you too. You guys work so hard on this, so thank you for all your work and effort that goes into this. I just had one quick question. Do you mind explaining the E-rate?
I'll let Ms. Toronis do that. She's
All right.
more of the E-rate expert than I am.
So E-rate is a federal program that we apply to annually. It discounts telecommunication services, internet access, and what we call internal connections, which is your infrastructure and hardware, can also be wiring in your buildings. And so what we do is each year we apply, sometimes those are bid years, sometimes not. Most of our telecommunications and internet is on a multi-year contract. But what you'll see here is, in this particular case, when we're realizing that discount, it feels like it wasn't always that way when we were reporting it. But when we're realizing it in that following year, in this case, it carried over into a different year, and so it's showing up. But basically, it's a discount program, and it's been around since 1997.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, we have to count the value of something that we got even though we didn't spend those dollars.
So what happens is there's different ways of actually receiving your discounts. So you can either receive the discounts on your bill through the service provider and get an actual discount, which is a certain form, 474 to be exact. Or you can sit there, pay the full amount, and then seek that reimbursement from them through a Form 472. So depending on which of the two methods you're going through, regardless, we have to sit there and show the full amount that we're getting from them. So it's an in and an out in this particular case, but you're having to realize both sides of that. Before, I think with the receivables, because again, you were sitting there in your operational budget and realizing a lot of it, we were only sitting there and I think coming up with the piece that we were getting that discount or that reimbursement back. And mostly that had to do with what we called the internal connections or the Category 2 funding.
Yeah, so no impact to the ending fund balance.
Yeah,
but
it's
an
just
increase to
in and out.
revenues and an increase to expenditures.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. That was my only question. I just wanted to say it's really exciting to see actually all the enterprise funds ending higher than expected, and especially the preschools being in the positive, since that was a big discussion. So thank you to both of you.
I want to highlight, I love the point that Brenna made. This is the most interesting and fascinating budget document of the year always. You can see everything. You can compare how much principals make at different sites and God knows what else. And then I can't remember, either last year or the year before, I watched unaudited actuals at I think like 3 other school districts just to see how they do it. And I was smiling when you were presenting because watching you present, it's like you're painting the Sistine Chapel. You just have really mastered it. Honestly, I watched several other, I won't say who the other districts were, but I watched several other districts. And thank you, you both do a really good job.
Thank you.
And same comment that I think Board Member Gandhi made, I was so excited when I saw that. I think it's the first time during my time that the enterprise programs and community services have yielded more revenue than expected. So that was really exciting. Thank you both.
And I had the exact same comment. I know it's been made twice, but we spent a lot of time looking at Mila last year, and we heard from a lot of parents and a lot of teachers. And so, yes, it was really reassuring to see that that program was operating in the black, and hopefully can for many years to come. Go ahead.
I just remembered one thing, especially because we have new OAC members here and other community members might be interested, because I know Ms. Toronis and her team have worked really hard on this. If you go to the business services page on the PVPUSD website, there's an option for budget information, and I don't know exactly who did that job, but there's a bunch of background information, budget basics. There's a lot of really rich information there to give folks context to better understand our budget and approach. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, can I get, Dr. Serrano,
I just wanted to make one comment around the TK audit finding. This was really exciting for us to receive back the funding from that audit finding of around $250,000. If you recall, the audit finding was for having one student over the class size maximum for about a month the year prior to my arrival. So that was a tough pill to swallow when we got that audit finding and the fiscal impact associated with it. And we did the work to, submit the appeal to CDE, and the appeal came over the summer. I wanted to cry. I was so happy because, just like that kind of impact to us is real. And everyone worked really hard on that. And I just would encourage us to continue to appeal. Hopefully first not have audit findings, but then if we get them, to appeal them to the state, because what I hear is they're often granted. So and thank you for your work. That was very great presentation.
Agreed. $250,000 is a lot of money to our district particularly. Okay, that being said, can I get a motion and a second to approve the unaudited actuals?
It's apparently my turn, so moved.
We're just going to take turns, go back and forth. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3-0. Thank you, Ms. Winton. Okay, K4, AP data from 2024-2025. We'll have a presentation from Dr. Wildy and then a board discussion.
All right, thank you so much. Tonight, I will be presenting our AP data for the 24-25 school year. This overview will highlight our offerings along with our results. So we wanted to start by providing a little bit of background about APs and what AP is. College Board is a nationally recognized program that allows high school students to take college-level courses in a wide range of subjects. Each course concludes with a standardized AP exam, which provides students the opportunity to demonstrate mastery and potentially earn college credit or advanced placement at universities. The purpose is twofold: to provide rigorous coursework that prepares students for college and career, and to give students an opportunity to earn college credit or advanced placement. For our district, offering APs aligns with our district goals and our LCAP goals to provide a rigorous and supportive academic program for all students. Additionally, this is an indicator of college and career readiness on the California dashboard. When we look at the scoring, exams are scored on a 1 to 5 scale. A score of 3 is generally considered passing and may earn college credit. However, each college sets their own requirements. Many institutions, particularly more selective ones, only award credit for scores of 4 or 5. In some cases, AP scores are used for placement rather than credit. Additionally, some colleges ask that applicants submit all AP scores. Some make it optional, and others allow them to submit only selected scores. California Public Universities also uses a point system that recognizes both the attempt and a passing score. That means that students can benefit from enrolling and taking an AP exam even if they don't pass. So there's a lot about APs, and it's clear that there is no universal policy when it comes to APs. Across the board, what matters most is the rigor of a student's transcript, the fact that the student challenged themselves with an AP coursework, and that matters more than whether they scored the 3, the 4, or the 5. On this slide, it shows all the courses that we offer here in PVPUSD. As you can see, between our two high schools, students have a wide range of English, math, science, social science, world, language, and arts AP courses. There are only a few AP courses that are currently not offered in our district, so our overall selection is very expansive and aligned with our student demand. And you see in there pre-calculus is something that we're actually looking into for the 26-27 school year. Our district, we do not cap the number of AP courses that a student can take in any given year. There are some private schools and selective districts who do set caps. For example, Manhattan Beach, you can only take 4 APs in a course year. And so when applying to colleges, the students can say that they capped the number of AP classes. Our students cannot check that box, which may give the impression to a college that students could have taken more APs, even though their schedule was full and rigorous. I'm not bringing this up tonight to look at a change in our process, but just more of an awareness that we do offer so many courses, and this is a conversation that has come forward before. It's also important to note that dual enrollment courses are weighted the same as AP in the college admissions process, so colleges see them equally as rigorous and indicators of advanced coursework. In our district, we are intentionally building a strong selection of AP classes and college credit dual enrollment courses. This range allows students to demonstrate academic rigor and challenge themselves, which is reflected positively on their transcripts. As a district, our philosophy and guidance to students emphasizes balance, encouraging students to take APs that match their strengths, their interests, and their post-secondary goals. We want to avoid pushing students to take as many APs as possible without regard to fit, while affirming that AP enrollment, even with the risk of a lower score, generally strengthens a student's transcript. So now for the data. We love data, but with data, there are so many different ways that you can look at it, which is the great thing about it and also the challenge, because this slide can just be confusing in itself. So we're looking at our AP pass rates for the 24-25 school year. If we're looking at the PV high column, and the first way we're looking at it is we're looking at it by the number of students who took an exam. So at PV high, 722 students took an exam. Out of those students, 574 had a 3 or higher on one of the test scores. So the pass rate is shown as 80%. However, we also have students that take more than one exam. We had a student last year take up to 7 exams. So their numbers, our exams are higher. So 1,580 exams taken here at PV High, and with that, the percent that was passed, 76% of those exams had a 3 or higher. And then the same with Peninsula, when we look at it just by the number of students, 94% had a 3 or higher, and 90% were able passing it with the 3 for the exams. So the data overall showcases the impressive level of achievement that our students are reaching. However, it is important to know that because we can look at data in so many different ways, it can sometimes be misleading. If you think that you're comparing apple to apple data, you might be comparing apple to oranges. So when you look at other data around in other areas, just think about that might not be the exact same. Even the data tonight is a reflection from the day that we pulled this off of our College Board dashboard, which was over a month ago. If we ran that data again today, the data could be different. There is something where students can cancel their scores on APs at any given time. So if a student has canceled their score since they took it, if we reran our data today, it could be different from what we ran before. So the results do change, and it could be changing based upon a student making a decision that they wanted to cancel that out. That isn't guidance that we are giving students. We don't actually know when AP made this change. There used to be a date that you had until that you could say no more, but now at any time, students can cancel their scores. So it's just important to remember those things. For the national data, we don't have the rates yet for the last school year. However, when we look at the 23-24 school year, the pass rate nationally was 65% passing, and for California students, 67%. So our schools are outperforming both in the state and the nation. This week, and it was mentioned earlier, PV High had a guest speaker, Paul Kanarak, from the Princeton Review. He was a keynote speaker, and he spoke about our neurodivergent learners and how that there are many students who are learning differently, more and more so we're seeing it now. And he reminded us that many of our students' strengths are reflected through coursework, meaningful projects, and their contributions that they make, and more than just a standardized test score. So he did kind of hone in on that. It's important to remember that this is just one measure of an ability, and they do not tell the whole story. So here we have our district overall, some of the trends over time. District-wide, our total pass rates have increased from 81% in 23 to 85% in 2025. Across subject areas, we do see strength in English, math, and science, and our social studies is remaining steady. World language and VAPA, they do remain high, but there is some fluctuation there. And as you'll see later, that there are some small cohort sizes with the VAPA as well. Looking at our site data, this is for PV High School. At PV High School, something that we really want to celebrate is enrollment in the AP classes, that our enrollment is growing. And of those students who are enrolled, about 80% are choosing to take an exam. PV High School strongly encourages students to challenge themselves to take the exam, and they emphasize the growth in the experience as much as the score itself. And the pass rate remains consistent and is impressive along with their high level of participation. When we look at it here, this is a breakdown by subject area. Once again, because it is a broad level overview in these areas, there's a lot of different courses, so this just makes up the subject area. When we show it by subject, PV High shows strong performance in English and world languages, and we see that math and science are solid as well. Social studies is our most heavily tested AP subject area, and the performance outcomes are much higher than what we're seeing in the national patterns, where pass rates here are typically ranging anywhere from about 47 to 55%. VAPA, they do have a much smaller enrollment compared to our core AP classes. Because of this, our rates may vary from year to year depending on the size. For example, at PV High, they only had 41 exams taken, and so that means just a few numbers can shift that percentage quite a bit. Overall, there's a lot to celebrate: the growing enrollment, consistent strength across multiple disciplines, and students willing to take the challenge of this rigorous coursework. At Peninsula High, we see data to celebrate once again. Over 90% of AP students take the exams, and the pass rate is 90% in 2025. When we look at it over here by the subject, Peninsula shows strong results in English, math, and world languages with pass rates above 90%. We also see very strong in science and social studies, reflecting high participation and solid achievement across these areas. The visual and performing arts also have a small number of test takers, but our students are continuing to demonstrate growth and success. Overall, these results highlight both the academic strength and a culture of students taking on our rigorous challenges. And so just in closing, in summary, our AP programs they continue to thrive. Students are not only enrolling in large numbers, but they are succeeding in the content areas. District-wide, we are going to continue to dig deeper into the results by breaking content areas down into the specific course level data. We're going to foster site collaboration, share best practices among teachers, and continue to provide targeted professional learning. Our goal is to ensure that all students benefit from the collective expertise across the district, and that we keep raising the bar for access, participation, and student success in AP. Our philosophy will continue to promote rigor with balance, encouraging students to challenge themselves appropriately, while reinforcing that AP enrollment itself is a strength in college admissions. And that is it.
Thank you. I was going to say, Malia, you're first on my list. So.
Yes, I have multiple comments about this. First, just to start, I would like to thank the board and just everyone who helps make these AP exams and classes possible, as well as the staff, just everyone, because I do think that these are a great way to encourage kids to come to school, a great way to encourage kids to challenge themselves, and the sheer amount of AP classes offered really help expand our knowledge as well as help prepare us for college really well. So just want to start with that. So one thing that did happen last year, I'm guessing most people know this, but if you don't, we did shift to online tests for most of them. So at least I was looking more into the PV High data rather than the Penn data. And I know I had issues with the online test as well as other students. So I believe that there were a couple statistics where it may have gone down. So that may be a reason for it, at least with like the 3+ passing, just because the shift to online test was a bit unprecedented with Wi-Fi issues and things. And then something that was mentioned very quickly was a pre-calculus, and I know I'm taking this, the class is not offered, but I know that I'm taking this test as well as many other students who are currently just in pre-calculus honors, and again, that's not something that we're necessarily deciding tonight, but just wanted to input that in there because I do know that a lot of students are trying to take the opportunity to take that test, and students who did take it last year, I know multiple students who got 5s on that just based off of the teachers right now. So just putting that into consideration. And then again with one last thing, I have heard people talking around at PV just recently that some people are taking the AP classes for the grade and not necessarily the test, which may factor into the kind of different passing rates at both Peninsula and PV. Just something that I've heard, like there are seniors who are just taking it for the class and are either not taking the test or just going in and not really putting full effort into it because they've already been admitted, or students that I've talked to who have not really wanted to put in the effort to study for the tests and are more taking the classes for the grade bump or the GPA bump. So that is kind of something negative that I have heard, so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. But those are my kind of 3 things that I wanted to touch on with that, and thank you, Dr. Wildy, for that presentation. It was very interesting to see.
Thank you. Dr. Dean, would you like to go first?
Sure. First, I want to congratulate our students and families and teachers for these impressive AP pass rates and for the very high level of participation in our district. Remind me how you pronounce your name, because I want to get it right.
Malia.
Malia.
Yes.
You are going to be making such an impact this year. It's really clear. Thank you so much for all that insight. There's no way I would have known that there was a connectivity issue at PV High last year, which might have impacted students' participation and performance in the AP exams. That's really important and helpful for us to know and troubleshoot on our end.
Yes.
And the other 2 points that you made as well. Thank you so much. I'm excited to hear from you and learn from you this year. Dr. Wildy, I had no idea that students could cancel their AP scores. I could not do that when I was a student. So thank you for sharing that. Can you repeat again? I was taking a note on another thing you were saying, so I missed what you said about the overall average pass rates for the state and the nation.
For the nation, the overall rates were 65%, and for California, 67%.
Awesome. So we came in significantly higher than that. So our AP program, and Malia brought up some of the things that come up in the community. Our AP program just keeps coming up as an area of concern or curiosity for the community in different ways. And I'm going to quote some of the things I've heard. I am not asserting that any of these statements are true, but I'm just asserting that I think there is a need and a desire in the community for some, well, we did the data sharing today, but to hear some of that staff's data analysis, introspection, and have a discussion. So these are some of the things I've heard. Some people have expressed that maybe we're offering too many AP exams and it could be negatively impacting our students' college acceptance rates. And you kind of mentioned how the college admissions process approaches AP exam participation. I've heard that there could be a high reliance on private tutors to support AP exam passing. And I've heard that there's room for improvement around helping students and families better navigate decision-making around whether they take AP courses or they participate in dual enrollment in terms of, and again, I always hear in the context of maximizing college admissions. So I'm open to staff suggestions or my colleagues' feedback, but I'm thinking maybe a follow-up agendized discussion around our current AP program, goals and strategies moving forward. So that was one piece. The VAPA AP exam, what are our courses that prepare students for that AP exam? That is something that I don't have a lot of awareness around.
It's actually something that we're looking at growing more within the VAPA, of creating some, with Prop 28 funding, we've been getting together more and more with our VAPA teachers, but there's 2D design, there's 3D design, there's drawing, there is art history, there's different classes. They don't all necessarily build up the way a math class would build up, so students might not have a strong foundation of art, but want to take art history because, oh, it's an AP art history class, I like art, I'm going to take this, and it'll be the first time they're taking a course like this.
Okay, so they're very specific, and the students are taking a course in something like?
Yes, very specific to what they took, and there's not necessarily a high level, which does make the data a little bit challenging to look at. For 3D art, there were only 7 exams administered, and 4 students earned a passing score. So if you look at our overall rates for 3D design, it might not look like we're doing that great, but it's only 7 students, so with that limited population, it's hard to draw large conclusions.
But again, I appreciate you sharing with the community how the district, and you work with the site level leaders too on really crunching into the data. And I think if any of our high school parents are interested in this, remind me, because we participate in so many different committees. I think it's school site council that usually has a deeper dive, and then I think PTA, there's also a deeper dive too. Am I thinking of the right opportunities, yes, or is there something else?
School site council writes a lot of this into their data, so.
Okay, so if community.
Their SIPSAs.
Okay, so if parents want to better understand what we are actually doing to address our AP pass rates, they can participate in those meetings that are open to any of the parents in those communities, even if you're not formally on the committee. So I think it's school site council and PTA, right?
Yes, I think they're doing it at the PTAs. They go over it broadly, but at the school site council, they're really discussing the goals and the actions that they're working on.
And maybe the Education Advisory Committee.
That might be an area of interest. Yeah, because I think I've attended PV High's PTA meeting, and their administration did a really deep dive into where the numbers needed, what they were working on, where they saw areas of concern, and how they were tackling it. And I think that's very helpful for parents. And then I saw the same thing at both high schools through their school site council discussions. Overall, I'm happy that our district is continuing to improve in AP performance. There's some areas of greater strength and then some areas of less strength that we're looking at. As you look across the two sites and across subject areas, do you think that the school board needs to be thinking about policy or budgeting differently to support your efforts right now?
I think when we look at support, what's going to have the greatest impact is really supporting our teachers to be the most prepared teachers that we can have, giving them the tools that they need. So whether it's high quality professional development, creating opportunities for site level collaboration, just making sure that they're supported for these classes. We do see more and more teachers that are retiring. So we have new teachers coming in, which is so great and so exciting, and they're taking on these challenging courses. So just making sure we properly invest, and we want them to stay with us and know that we're giving them the tools to set their students up for success, and them as well.
Awesome. I think bottom line in education is professional development for teachers is the best investment to improve student outcomes. Thank you so much. I appreciate your really good work.
No problem.
Thank you. Ms. Gandhi?
Do you want to go next? Just because we've been going the same way?
I have this list up here, and it goes, it's Ami, Sarah, Sarah, Ami.
Because you're just going back and forth. Okay, well, one, I wanted to say congratulations to all the students. While it's always important to look at how we can grow and be better, our results are truly amazing, and our students are working really hard. So congratulations to all the students. Malia, thank you so much. Did I say your name? Malia, okay. Thank you so much for your input. Honestly, your insight has been invaluable, and I really do appreciate, I know I'm saying all the same things you did, but I'm so impressed with you, and I appreciate you giving your feedback, because it gives us so much more insight into how things are what some of the reasons are behind the data that we see. So I appreciate that a lot. Yesterday, I was at a PTA meeting, and I received a question. One of the moms wanted to know the total number of students that take AP courses. I don't know if that's a data piece that you have or not. If you don't, that's okay.
We do write about it in our LCAP, so I don't have it offhand, but I can definitely get it to you so we can get back to that parent.
Okay, cool, thank you. And then my next question was about the capping the APs. Do we have any data or anything that shows that this is a benefit for the students, and that I know that's not the focus of today's presentation, but is this something that we should be looking at?
I think it's definitely just a conversation that can be had. It has come up a few times, but we do offer so many courses, and so it's challenging, because are we going to not offer as many courses? Are we going to put a cap? So I agree that EAC might be a great place to kind of further this conversation and look more at what other districts are doing. It has just come up in a few conversations, which is why we brought it forward today.
Totally agree. I think this will be a good project for EAC, and hopefully we'll get some good data points. And then my last question was about the cancel scores. I've never heard this before. Is this something that our students are aware of?
Clearly some are. When we rerun our data and we see error messages and we're like, what's happening? Then, because we don't necessarily know that it is. I did talk to some counselors about it today, like, did you know that this was something? And it's really not widely out there and known, and the kids are taking it for the experience, but they do have that option.
And is there a benefit of that? Because then
every college is different. So if a student did not do well and the school required that you submitted it, every school does have their own rules. So Stanford just came out with something saying you have to submit them. So if somebody canceled it, then their score just doesn't exist. So I think there potentially could be if a child was worried, but it's not something that we've gone down as a district really going into saying, oh, just tell them to cancel it, because we do want our accurate data, but it was interesting.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
To Malia's point, I hope the seniors that you're referencing who are just taking the class for the grade point bump, I hope they understand that if they take and pass the AP test, that they will save their parents tuition dollars, and or they can take a class that they're really interested. I mean, if you're going to be a math science person, you may not need to take English in college, or if you're going to be a liberal arts person, you may not need to take math or science in college. And so many of our students go to college, and even though they are by age, they're freshmen, they have enough credits that they're already sophomores, or some of them are even juniors, their very first day of college, and that gives them so much of a boost that they get better housing, they get access to better classes, they get to register before the people who are true freshmen in terms of credits. So I hope someone is explaining to these students that it's more than just, I mean, I see you want to respond. It's okay, but I hope that they understand that there's more writing on it than just getting into the school, because of course they want to get into the school, but once they get into the school, there are many benefits from having these kind of AP scores. But go ahead.
I do believe that 2 years ago, my freshman year, they were a little bit more, or at least like the presentation, I think, I was a freshman at the time, so I wasn't in class with seniors, so I wouldn't really be able to see how they received this, but I do remember we had a presentation last year and the year before, and I do remember that there were a couple of points in the presentation 2 years ago that kind of stressed that more. But I can bring all of these concerns to the school site council because PV Highs will be meeting for the first time next Monday, and I will be in attendance, so I can bring this.
You can, or you can leave it up to Dr. Wildy or Dr. Serrano, so you can have a conversation about what you're comfortable bringing and what you would rather have a staff member bring forward. But I think these are things that kids should know and understand before they make the decision about how much time they're going to invest in these classes.
Thank you.
I used to teach an AP class a long time ago, so I know how much work it is to be an AP teacher and how much work these kids put in to get ready for these classes. And so I think we need to do everything possible to make the testing situation as good as possible. And I understand, for example, at Penn, the only big room happens to be the Kelly Johnson Fieldhouse, and so they put 60, 80, 90, 100 desks in there, and kids are sitting at the desks, the little desks with the little teeny tiny L-shaped thing, and they've got their computer there because they have to take the test online, but it's a math test. So where does their paper go? Where does their calculator go? Where does their pencil go? There isn't room for that. And so if kids have spent, in the case of calculus, 13 years in school preparing for this, and now they're disadvantaged on the test because their desk doesn't even hold the supplies that they need, or if the Wi-Fi cuts out. And we can't control if the Wi-Fi works today and it doesn't work tomorrow. I left my house today and the Wi-Fi wasn't working. So you can do everything right and the Wi-Fi still doesn't work sometimes. But I think we owe it to our teachers and we owe it to our students to make sure that these testing conditions for this one huge test are everything that we can. And SOS will help, air conditioning will help, right? All of those things will help. But in the meantime, what are we doing to give our kids the very, very best possible chances on these very, big tests? And I would like to, I know several of you have given a shout out to the students, and absolutely a shout out to the students, but I would like to also do a shout out to their teachers and the teachers who teach the AP classes and those that teach the classes that lead up to the AP classes, because our kids are phenomenal, but they wouldn't be getting these kinds of results if it wasn't for our teachers. So a shout out and a big congratulations to all of them, and thank you, Dr. Wildy. Any other questions, comments?
I'm going to comment. I was
Sure.
going to say thank you for all the different, you added a lot of insight to this that I actually wasn't aware of. So I did appreciate hearing your comments.
Thank you.
So do we have board consensus then, and that this is an item we'd like the EAC to consider?
We can agendize that, I believe. I don't think we can. Can we do it now, Dr. Serrano?
Let's do it at the end, just to be clean.
All right. And I would say I understand the philosophy of a cap. I have a child who was able to take 6 or 8 APs a year, and if there had been a cap, I would have felt like she was being limited in what she could do here. And so I think it's a conversation that needs to happen at the family level. We're trying to get kids ready to go off to college, and when they go off to college, they are taking 5 AP classes at a time. Most of them, if you're taking 5 3-unit classes, you're taking 5 APs. And so if we limit kids now, how are we helping them prepare when they do need to do 5 at once? So I'm willing to have the conversation, but in my mind, I think a cap should be something the family decides, not the district decides.
I'd like to just add on to that. The cabinet had an interesting and robust conversation about this, being a group of moms ourselves, about just how different each one of our own kids are, and how, it really is an individual student, family choice, and every kid is different. Some kids are going to be able to do the 5 APs. Some kids are going to be able to take 1 or none, and we want to meet students where they are, and of course, provide as much acceleration opportunity as possible. I really appreciated, President Kurt, your comments around the testing environment. I think that's really something to look at, and we know that even the temperature of the room can impact how a student tests. So that is truly something for us to look at. And then finally, I just want to make a comment that, you know, the AP scores are one measure of multiple measures of how our district is doing academically and the health of our district. It's an important one. It's something that we do want to celebrate and certainly acknowledge our teachers and students, and look forward to continuing to look at other metrics and ways that we're measuring our district's performance as the year unfolds. Thank you.
I had one more comment, if that's okay.
Sure, and then Dr. Dean can go next.
Oh,
That's good.
Okay, I was just gonna say, going back to the CAPS conversation, I would just like to see more data on that, and if this is something that we need to agendize, we could do that at the end. Not to say I'm leaning like one way or the other, but it's always important to make data-driven decisions and kind of have an idea. When you hear that Manhattan Beach, Palo Alto, Harvard, Westlake, all these very high-performing districts, private, public, are putting caps, I'm just curious, is there really, what it comes down to is where is the benefit for the student? We're always talking about college acceptance and, how to give kids more of an edge. So, that's kind of why I was asking the question. So,
thank you. Sarah?
Yeah, I'm just going to, echo what Board Member Gandhi said. I don't have my mind made up at all. And so I do think, and I'd like to not be dogmatic, but look at evidence and see practices in other places and see how it impacts student experiences and achievement and success with college admissions. Secondly, I understand why we sometimes feel this way, but when we agendize an item or request that something be looked into, it doesn't mean that there's a problem. Sometimes it means that we are looking to create more clarity and understanding in the community. My goal here would be to help support our families, whether we consider a cap or we don't. Perhaps we don't need to, if that's the community's will, but we at least need to minimally be supporting families and giving them the tools and information so that they can make informed decisions. And when I brought up my concern, it's because my understanding is that people are kind of unsure of how to navigate through the AP environment in college admissions. So I just want to highlight that. Sometimes having a discussion or asking for investigation into something is not to say there's a problem, but that there's a need for more awareness and better understanding.
Especially as the college admissions game, for lack of a better word, has changed so much in the last couple of years, right? I mean, everyone's looking for the golden ticket, and what is that? What do I have to do, right? And as that path has changed and what the colleges are looking for changed, we need to look at it all the time and see what it is our kids need to get there. Okay, thank you all. I'm moving on to K5, our revisions to the Education Advisory Committee resolution. Dr. Wildy, you're not off the hook yet. We'll have an introduction to this, and then a board discussion and a vote.
I will pull it up. So the board previously approved resolution number 30/24/25 authorizing the EAC committee. The resolution is being brought back to the board with some suggested revisions. And we did have to rename our resolution because we are in a new year, so it's resolution number 7/25/26. The purpose of these revisions is to ensure that the resolution language is fully compliant with the district's collective bargaining agreement with the Palos Verdes Faculty Association, PVFA, related to committee's representation, and it does not create potential conflicts with our contract provisions. So specifically, we did work with PVFA regarding one of the 4.8.2, which says that bargaining members selected by the association serving on curriculum committees that are reviewing, selecting, and/or adopting curriculum shall comprise a majority. These committees shall serve as in an advisory capacity, with their recommendations being subject to final determination by the district pending board approval. So we had a few conversations with PVFA and went through the resolution and came up with a few suggested changes that we wanted to bring forward for discussion tonight.
Thank you. I think I would like to go first this time. Starting on page 2, and I know this isn't a change, but this will be the first time we've had an EAC. So on page 2, it says the board shall appoint 2 student board members, and I'm looking where that is 2.15. one non-voting board member from each high school. So is there a process in place, or are we starting a process so that we can have those student board members in place by our first meeting?
Megan's saying not by the first meeting.
Okay, but we will be working on getting our student board members in place. If I look at the bottom of page 4, on, in blue, 3.13, it's the very, very bottom of page 4. It says the EAC may have 2 to 5 working subcommittees with no majority of members on any committee. And somewhere I was looking, it talks about the majority of all the members or the majority of the voting members. So, and I think we need to define that, because a little farther down, if we're talking about voting members, then we're taking the majority out of 13. And if we're taking about all members, then we're talking about the majority out of 17. And I'm sure you have a preference, but I think we should spell out, again, whether we're talking about all members or we're talking about voting members. And where I'm going with this is I strongly support that the teachers should have a voice on this committee, right? If we're talking about curriculum, who knows it better than the teachers? But again, I'm looking at 3.13, and it says we can have working subcommittees, and it talks about a curriculum-related subcommittee. And so my first question is the curriculum-related subcommittee, are we talking about a subcommittee of the EAC, or are we talking about the committees that review curriculum when we have a new physics textbook or a new social studies textbook? Help me with that first, please.
You know, we went back and forth on this one. I do not want to not follow our board policy on the adoption process. We worked really a long time on the selecting our materials. So we're keeping that plan in place. I think the question that kind of came up when looking at curriculum was maybe if there was a challenge to say that there was a book that might have been challenged, and we looked at that specific supplemental material curriculum. We did talk with PVFA that this, you know, we're going to continue with our pilot process, and that will always have the majority of our teachers. This is just in case something came up, kind of as a safeguard to ensure that that majority remains the teachers.
Okay, so we're talking about a subcommittee of the EAC. So where I have trouble is the phrase that says, other than the curriculum-related subcommittee, which must have a PVFA member majority on them. So if there's only 3 PVFA members and they have to be the majority of the committee, we're talking a committee of 4 or 5, which means that we can only have 1 or 2 non-PVFA members on there. And yet we're talking about a committee of either 17 people or 13 people, so a subcommittee with all 3 members of PVFA and 1 or 2 non seems to be an imbalance in the other direction. So I would be more comfortable if it said instead something like a majority of the PVFA representatives were on the committee, knowing that, again, we can't have more than a majority. So if we're only going to count the voting members, there are 13. A committee couldn't have more than 6. And if we're going to count all the members, then there are 17. A subcommittee couldn't have more than 8. So we're not talking about 50 people with 3 PVFA people. We're talking about either a maximum size of 6 or a maximum size of 8 that could then have 2 or 3. So I think a majority of the PVFA members should be on it, but that the PVFA members don't necessarily need to be the majority of the committee, if I've made any sense at all.
You following? We can work on the language revision and run it back by you, because I know we have our election, I think, at our next one, but we can make sure that it's
if the
clear in
others
meeting
agree,
it.
but that's just my
Okay.
opinion. But let me go to Dr. Dean and start here. I think I'm on Ami. I'm on Ami. It's Ami's turn this time.
I will let you go first. I'm still processing.
Okay.
It's fully registered, so go.
Well, I just want to name, I also appreciate our teachers, PVFA, working with the cabinet towards language we can all agree to, and I think we affirm our commitment to honoring the collective bargaining agreement. In addition to honoring that agreement, we also have a responsibility to make sure that we also honor our board policy and administrative regulations, because that really is the community's most direct way of influencing how our students are served, because the board expresses the public's will when we put together policy language and we pass it in front of the public. So to that, in that effort, at the bottom of page 1, I'm looking at the sentence, all curriculum review selection, is everyone there? bottom of page 1, Exhibit B. All curriculum review, selection, or adoption processes will continue to follow the requirements outlined in the collective bargaining agreement between PVFA and PVPUSD. I'd like to add to that, in addition to Board Policy and Administrative Regulations 6161.1, selection and evaluation of instructional materials. So that was my first suggestion.
I'm going to stop you right there. I agree on that one. Okay, so that's a 3 thumbs up. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. The second concern I have is kind of around the same item that you were questioning. Yeah, and I kind of, similar but different concern around it. So again, we're on the bottom of page 4. It's the section, so it's 3.1.3. So I also did not understand what kind of subcommittee this refers to. Like I said, I'm committed to sticking to our bargaining agreements and our district policies and ARs and ed code. And so we have processes in place. So when we are considering a textbook adoption per AR 6161.1, which is a textbook committee, it's assembled with participation of parents and guardians and led by a majority of educators or teachers. The AR, and I brought them with us, it very clearly defines the committee composition and process, and it even names what percentage of the committee members have to be parents and guardians, and it clarifies that the majority will be PVPUSD teachers. So that's one kind of committee. The second kind of committee is when there's a complaint about an instructional material from a staff member, district resident, parent or guardian. As per, we also have a AR and a process, so it's AR 1312.2. It spells out again that there is a review committee to be formed, can be formed depending on the superintendent's guidance. A review committee is to be formed with participation of staff, teachers, parents, and guardians. This AR is slightly less clearly defines committee composition. It doesn't give percentages. So the percentage of committee members from the parent-guardian community is not defined, and there isn't an explicit statement about whether or not there's a majority presence of PVFA members or teachers and administrators. And so what I was a little bit confused by is, are we trying to house our textbook committees and instructional material review committees under, I'm sorry, I meant to say, are we trying to house our textbook committees and our instructional material review committees when there's a complaint under the EAC? If so, I understand trying to capture some language as expressed in the draft, but it's very unclear. And I want to make sure we're aligned with our AR 6161.1 and AR 1312.2. And so I'm not really understanding why we have this section in there, because even the concern that Dr. Wildy just raised, that should go to our AR 1312.2.
We are explicitly trying to avoid having overlap with the Curriculum Adoption Committee and the EAC. So the revision that's come before you tonight is really to uncouple those two things. The complaint that came forward, or the challenge, was that within the collective bargaining agreement, which is our agreement with our teachers union, it indicates that any curriculum adoption committee should have a majority of teachers on such a committee. We agree with that, we honor that, and in full transparency, we met with PVFA, had a really good conversation, and came to these agreements. I think where we're getting a little hung up is around the phrase after "on any committee" that reads "other than curriculum-related subcommittees." Perhaps we should strike that, just as a thought, not to say anything about curriculum-related subcommittees, because any such curriculum-related subcommittee would go through our board process that's outlined within board policy and administrative regulations, and then we're covered, so to speak.
Would you also strike the following part, the which must have a
Yes,
PV? Yes.
just that whole end of
So
that
starting with
sentence.
the word other, the whole rest of the sentence.
I was going to suggest the same thing, believe it or not.
Okay, I believe
It took me time to process. No, I think we don't need anything beyond the first part of that sentence. And to Board Member Dean's point, if we wanted to add, for curriculum adoption, we have this, you said the policies, I don't remember them anymore, but you can, state the policies underneath for the other two, curriculum, and then, what was the second one that you mentioned?
It's the complaints one, so 1312.2.
So I think it would be okay to list those, so everybody knows that for these things, this is the process we're gonna follow, but this, I think, really after any committee should be gone.
So again, just affirming what Dr. Serrano highlighted, I think everybody here agrees
I
that
agree.
Curriculum decisions should be informed by a majority of teachers. They are the experts that our district has entrusted. And I think I agree with the revision proposed by Dr. Serrano, because I think it's very important that there isn't confusion and there's no overlap between any of the work that the EAC does and the two other committees that are clearly defined in the ARs.
I like striking, I think we all agree, we like to strike from other all the way through to the end of the sentence. And I do agree that having somewhere in here, the idea that 6161.1 is going to be our committee on textbook adoption, and 1312.2 is going to be our process for instructional complaints, and that they will not be handled by EAC makes sense to me. I would still like to go back to the very beginning of that sentence and say they can have 2 to 5 working subcommittees with no majority of, I would like to say, voting members. Is that okay?
Sure, and then Dr. Wiley, I'm assuming you'll take, I'm sure PVFA is going to be following our discussion today. I'm sure you're going to be getting their feedback before you come back with the next draft.
Yes.
Does this impact our timeline for EAC applications at all? No.
Okay.
And I think the applications are due when is it due, Ms. Westcott?
September 17th.
Awesome. So if folks are listening and watching, because this is the hottest show in town, do apply if you're interested by September 17th.
Okay, so we're okay with tabling this and bringing it back at another board meeting as compared to voting on it tonight as amended?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do want to just close by acknowledging our PVFA leadership in this discussion. Disagreement is healthy and it's good for a system, and we are not always going to agree. They brought forward some concerns here, and we were able to come together, I think, and reach a nice common ground. And I hope that we'll continue to work in that spirit, and I'm confident that we will going forward. And in all cases, we do honor and respect the collective bargaining agreement.
Very definitely, thank you. Okay, moving on to K6. K6 is in response to a staff request, staff being a teacher, a board policy and administrative regulation 6145.3 publications is being brought back for a first reading. Dr. Wildy, would you like to start us off?
Yes, I will say that this was brought back at the request of a board member. We did hear feedback from teachers when we brought this policy forward for the second reading. It just so happened to align perfectly with school getting out. And so we were taking feedback along the way, and we were making progress, and school ended. And rightly so, teachers were kind of gone for the summer, and when we got back, and part of our review for the back to school was all principals were reviewing board policies that they have to annually review, and this one was one of them, especially with some of the changes. And staff said, you have this great disclaimer at the bottom of your new publications, and you left out someone really important. You left out staff. There's no mention of that in that disclaimer. So we wanted to make sure that we recognized and we value, obviously, everything they're doing, so we put that word into our disclaimer. And then also I was informed in publications, we do advisor with an E, not an O, so we went through and made sure those changes were represented as well.
Any comments or discussion?
No comments.
I would say thank you for bringing it forward so quickly. And then it will just move on and become if there's no questions, no comments?
Again, I think it's a great place to highlight. I'm really appreciative of the open dialogue between PVFA and our district administrators. I think that's a credit to Dr. Serrano and PVFA leadership right now, so thank you.
Thank you. So this will come back at our next meeting for second reading? Thank you. Okay, K7, revisions to board policies and administrative regulations, first reading. And I will start with policy and regulation 4030, non-discrimination in employment. The policy is on page 3 and the regulation is on page 6. page 8, policy 4033, lactation accommodation. Okay. Policy 4112.9 and exhibits 4112.9 on employee notifications. The policy starts on page 10 and the exhibits start on page 11. And in talking to Ms. Westcott, we are currently reviewing 4112.9, but in the second reading, any changes that we make will be copied to 4212.9 and 4312.9, which deal with different staff classifications. So we're talking about, it's listed on the agenda as all three of them, but they're identical, so any changes we make in one would be copied to the other. And I have just one question, and it probably goes to Dr. Licciardello. There's a long list of notifications. Who makes sure that we are doing all of those? And if you're not the right person, tell someone else.
I think depending on the notification, it's a group effort. It takes a village. There are some notifications. Predominantly HR does, but there are other notifications that go to other departments, so we work with whatever falls under what comes to us.
And someone checks every year, every couple of years, that we've done every single one of them?
Yes.
There's a lot of them. Okay, regulation 5131.41, the use of seclusion and restraint on page 32. Policy and regulation 5131.6, alcohol and drugs, and policy starts on page 34 and the regulation starts on page 36. I do have a question on the bottom of page 34, and it's another, how are we doing this? But it says that we will be notifying parents and guardians about the risks of, I've lost the paragraph here. The district shall annually inform parents and guardians at the beginning of the first semester of the risks and dangers associated with synthetic drugs, counterfeit pills, social media, as a way to market and sell synthetic drugs. And I went to an excellent presentation last year at Peninsula High School, and the speaker there, I believe you know the man, did a wonderful presentation for the PTA, but the PTA was probably 40 parents and a few administrators. And so how are we getting this information to our broader community?
One of the things, Red Ribbon Week comes up really early into the school year, and this is one of the areas where it's talked about and messaged back to our communities. We are also going to be doing parent education with that speaker that you heard district-wide, so that it can be broader than just the PTA. And different schools do it differently, but all of them are doing drug education, and they will be actually writing some of it in their SIPSs this year on some of the things that they'll be doing.
Thank you. Other comments, Ami?
I was just going to say thank you for adding that additional parent education. This was something that was a big push for, a big concern for me last year, because this is such a big problem. And so I appreciate you doing that extra work. I won't be able to be there, but I'm just kidding. No, I really do appreciate it.
Okay. Lastly, policy 5141.33, head lice. Okay, in that case, we're just moving them all forward to a second reading. Okay, L, anything to pull on consent? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I think it was my turn.
Oh, sorry.
Just kidding.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 3-0. All right, future agenda items. Sarah?
This was on our, I think we just haven't gotten an update on our suicide prevention program. And then, I don't know that we've articulated how we're doing OAC, EAC tasks, but the question of Wi-Fi, I don't know that it necessarily needs to be agendized for board time, but something about Wi-Fi on campuses, especially as it relates to emergencies. And then the AP program, whether the EAC takes it on, which I think makes a lot of sense, because, okay, I won't have a discussion right now.
Okay, so
What was the first one? Let's start with the first one.
Suicide prevention program update.
as an update, yes. I see 3 yeses. Okay, so now your second was a division of duties between EAC and OAC?
Well, no, my question was like Wi-Fi. It came up today with the student that brought it up in terms of AP participation. I was also at Soliato yesterday, complete dead zone. So it's just a concern in terms of emergencies. It doesn't need to be. How can we address that?
We will definitely have an update for the board coming soon on that. We conducted a network assessment over the summer, and we'll be providing the board an update for you soon on that.
It's a Friday letter.
It'll come forward as a board discussion item.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay.
Coming
I was gonna
soon.
say, otherwise we
But
could
you can
give
certainly
that to
put
the
it on
OA.
the agenda and do thumbs up to see if you all want it, but it's coming regardless.
Then we don't need to
Or
vote.
Give 3 thumbs down.
Okay, and what was your third one?
The AP program discussion, whether it goes to the EAC, I'm fine with that, just following up on what we talked about
So
earlier.
if we would like the EAC or the OAC to discuss something, how do we as the board?
Would be great if you indicate that in your thumbs up, and that way we can just say it's going to be an EAC or an OAC topic, and that'll help us when we're creating the agendas.
Okay, so the question is, would we like the EAC to discuss a potential cap on AP test scores?
I don't think that's not my agenda item.
Okay,
My
what is your
agenda
question?
item is our AP program, a discussion around AP program, how it's worked. Yeah.
Okay, so potential, what's going well, what could maybe be improved in our current AP program?
Correct.
As a motion for the EAC to discuss it?
Yes.
I'd be a yes. Okay. There you go. We just haven't done that, so I didn't know how to proceed with that. Okay, reports of board members.
I have one,
Oh,
sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I would like to agendize more data on the AP caps. Oh, if we get
Right,
the thumbs up.
so you would like to agendize it for us, for the board, to have a discussion on a potential AP cap.
I would just like it to be a presentation where we have the information on what that looks like, how, is it benefiting or harming students, and then we could have a discussion about it.
Could that be included with the AP discussion at the OAC, or do you see that as, the EAC, or do you see that as a separate inquiry?
Kind of saw it as a separate, because I think we need the data before we have the EAC do a deeper dive, but I'll leave that up to you guys. I'm good either way.
I'll say that because I have the same, I think we happen to kind of be on the same page with this item. I kind of saw it as related.
Okay.
That the EAC would be the place for diving in, investigating, researching, and it's in concert with our community too, which helps us bring everybody along, whichever place we land, and that it would result eventually in a board presentation.
Exactly.
I'm good with
Kinda
that. Are you
gets-
good with-
They
okay.
say like the sausage gets cooked in the EAC or the committee, and then it will eventually come to the board for consumption.
Right, and I have not. Okay. How about the vegetarians? But I think like the OAC, I've been on that, and there's data presented, and the OAC members comment and look at that data. So you're presenting the data to the EAC and then bringing their conversation forward. I think that's good. Okay, moving on to N. Ms. Gandhi, you get to go first.
No, okay. Yesterday, I attended 2 PTA meetings, my first 2 of this year. I was at both Vista Grande and Rancho Vista, and it was so much fun being on 2 campuses that I haven't really been a board representative on for a few years, and just connecting with the community, and I'm really excited to collaborate with both of the schools throughout this school year. I'm also excited, we've talked a lot about the new EAC committee, and I'm really excited about the formation of that committee. This is another way we can engage more parents, and the more we engage with parents, the more we strengthen our district. And while I wasn't involved directly in the creation of the EAC, I am excited to serve on it as the board representative. From my experience with the BAC, the TAC, and the OAC over the past 4 years, I've really been able to see firsthand what we can accomplish as a community when we collaborate with parents, teachers, community members. And in all cases, have been amazing outcomes. All these committees share the same goal to support student success. So with that, as always, I'm committed to keeping our students at the forefront of everything we do this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
I want to thank staff. I tend to forget to thank staff. Thank you guys so much for helping us prepare for these meetings and for supporting our questions and answers. And I sent last-minute questions today, too, so thank you, Ms. Taronis and Dr. Wildy. So I appreciate everyone's support in helping us do our job up here. This weekend, I attended the 2025 College Fair hosted by Redondo Beach Unified, their PTA, and the Western Association for College Admissions Counseling. And it was students from the entire South Bay all the way up to El Segundo. And they were so they had college admissions reps from all over the country tabling, and there were long lines of students waiting to talk to the rep, for the school they're most excited about. And great opportunity, but I was also just really heartened to think about how great our students have such access to college admissions reps through our CCCs, the College Career Centers, who bring the college admissions reps to our schools. So I just wanted to point out that it looks like both of our schools are now using Maya Learning for announcements regarding college admissions rep visits, and I checked out both of the schools and their pages, and they're really, some of the schools our students are very interested in are coming to your site, so make sure, I hope families are following, and you don't have to be, I think you don't have to be in a particular grade to attend some of these programs. So that was one thing I wanted to point out. Number two, some of us have been reaching out to Assemblymember Muratsuchi, asking him for some support around conducting a UC admissions workshop for our students. We still don't have something specific set up for our district, although we continue to lobby for it. It did turn out that the Assemblymember is hosting a UC admissions workshop at El Camino College on November 1st, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And I know that's an area of concern for so many families, is understanding that evolving and challenging college admissions process. I was very excited to be back at Soleado PTA yesterday. They have some of the best swag in town, and a great team there. Also, I visited Altasea to watch the launch of the very first Eco Wave Power in the entire country. And the cool thing is they had someone there in charge of education services that's working with school districts, making sure that students have opportunities for innovative internships and the ability to get involved early to connect their education to the economy of the future. So I ran up, I asked around, who do I talk to, because I want our kids to benefit. Found the guy, his name is Alan Hill, and turns out Becky Egan has already connected with him, and he is a member of our CTE advisory committee. So I was just really excited and grateful that we have staff members that are so invested in making sure our kids have every great opportunity. And I want to invite everybody to attend the Measure SOS Pool groundbreaking ceremony this Sunday, September 14th at 10 a.m. I think our community has worked really hard, so looking forward to seeing everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have much tonight. I also went to PTA meetings, and I went to the very supportive and very involved meetings at the Monte Malaga and Dapple Gray elementary schools. Great group of people doing a lot. I also want to say that in regards to appointing someone to fill our board vacancy, I have heard from many community members. I have spoken with many community members, and I am very carefully considering all of their thoughts and opinions. I'm reading them all very carefully, and my goal is to advocate for what I think is best for our district in both the short and the long term. I am looking forward to joining many of you on Sunday on the Mirrorless Pool Deck at 10 o'clock in the morning to celebrate our first Measure SOS groundbreaking. So with that, meeting adjourned.